Chapter 31. Alec Remick was dying. Joseph said little as he walked over to his friend, his former friend, and removed the beckon call from the other man's wrist. Alec gasped and grabbed for his arm, only to have Joseph curse and swat him away. The motion caused a small geyser of blood to spray from the dying merc's ruined neck. Finn could do nothing. He found himself under the guns of the local guards. Two more of the beings encircled Taron Remick, keeping the younger mercenary back, keeping him from his father's side. Joseph stood and shook his head. The beckon call that Co-op had given them, the one that would summon the stolen heart in his hand. "Sorry, old buddy," he said with a shrug. "Guess you won't be needing this anymore." Finn could do nothing. He found himself under the guns of the local guards. Two more of the beings encircled Taron Remick, keeping the younger mercenary back, keeping him from his father's side. "Bastard," he shouted, spittle flying from his mouth, his eyes filled with rage and hate. "What do you think you are doing?" Joseph shrugged again. "Nothing personal, Taron," he replied. "Business is business, you know. Sometimes you just find a better offer." He smiled pleasantly. "Thanks to Cooper and these two force wielders, I found it." Taron was breathing hard, his eyes blazing. If not for the blasters pointed at him, he would have leapt upon the other man and torn him apart. Finn would not have blamed him. He cursed himself for not foreseeing this betrayal, even without the Force as their ally. He should have suspected something when he realized that the Force would be blocked on parts of this world. Avaryss said nothing. She stood close to Holly, still in her Kivin Abando disguise. He could not see his dream friend's face, but her masked face was focused on Alec's dying form. Finn knew enough about her history to guess what she might have been thinking in that moment. As a girl, Avi's father had been killed in front of her, executed by an agent of her Sith master. As seeing the execution reminded her of that, and if so, what effect might it have had? Finn turned his attention back to Joseph. He wasn't sure what the man meant by a better deal, but he could guess. "The Zackle got you, didn't they?" Finn glared at him. "You think you can play them against Captain Cooper?" The thin man chuckled. "I didn't realize that the invaders were involved in this, but thanks for letting me know." His smile turned cruel. "Least I know who to sell you and the woman to now." Finn frowned. He had assumed that Lennox Gull, the Zackle Knight that was hunting them, had reached out to the French, had offered rewards to those that might know who had been involved in the Valdor raid. If that wasn't the case, then why? Coop had promised them that they could trust Alec and his men. Joseph turned to Avi and Holly, his cruel smirk never leaving his face. "When I first heard about this job, when Cooper said what we were going to do, I thought it doomed to fail. Finding someone good enough to fool the locals here, to convince them that he was really Kivon Abando, props to you, friend. You have given me an amazing opportunity." Holly said nothing. She stayed close to Avi, who still hadn't taken her eyes off the dying man. Joseph continued. "When Abando, the real Abando, was alive, I was happy to take his money, and the little extra that Cooper paid us to keep him apprised of what his High Holiness was doing. I knew Abando made a mistake when he poisoned that kid, the noble one with the Jedi for a dad." He turned to Avaryss. "I also knew that it might be possible to turn a profit from all the Force junk that Abando had collected. I figured to make a deal with either the Republic or the Sith, arrange for things to get lost from time to time in the vaults. Boss Kivon had so many toys, surely he would not have missed them all." Behind them, one of the aliens cleared his throat loudly. The merc faced him. "Deal with these off-worlders," Josephla, the chief magistrate of the holding, said. "We should be in return to the city, show them that the oppressor will threaten them no more." Finn blinked. "Oppressor?" He looked back and forth between the two men. "Ah. So that was what was going on." Joseph nodded. "You are starting to figure it out, aren't you, Jedi?" Finn nodded. "I think so," he answered, looking at Holly. "I'm guessing the real Kivon Abando's death was no accident." "The man underestimated the people he kept under his thumb," Joseph replied, nodding to the magistrate. The alien bowed his head respectfully. Joseph walked up to Holly. Avi started to step in his way, but was stopped by the local guards. She stood back, letting the mercenary touch the changeling's cheek, lift her face slightly. There has been dissent on this world for a while now. Some of the people here have figured out exactly how many credits worth of merchandise that the Abando group has made from these people's sweat and labor. Some of those dissidents are pretty highly placed. They have been waiting for the opportunity to claim those profits for their own. Joseph stepped away. It wasn't long before they figured out that their holy lord was a sham, and that his retinue could be bought for the right price. The locals may not have understood everything about starships, but they were smart enough to reach out to people who were. People that knew how to arrange an accident for the one that dared to consider himself their god. Finn glared daggers at the man. "So you killed him," he said coldly. "Arranged for a certain failure in his ship's engines. It was over quick. Abando should have counted himself lucky." Terran snarled. "Lucky? Joseph, we knew people on Abando's crew. We had friends." "No friends in this business, Joseph said, cutting him off. "Your dad should have taught you that." High's eyes once again fell on Holly. The magistrate and his allies were happy to have Abando gone, but after his death, a large number of their people continued to worship the man, refused to believe that he was really gone. Joseph chuckled wickedly as he pointed at Holly. "Coop was kind enough to send this imposter here. Now the locals have a chance to execute Abando themselves." Holly flashed one of Abando's winning smiles. "I don't think the man's family or allies will go along with that," she said. "Why wouldn't they?" Joseph sniffed. "They know the real man is dead, and his heirs have profited handsomely from his death." Joseph laughed, and this time, several of the aliens did as well. It was a strange musical sound. Finn looked back and forth between Holly and Avi. The changeling didn't seem frightened, despite what she was being threatened with. Avi's eyes remained on Alec, who had finally fallen silent, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. The man was gone, and there had been nothing that anyone could do about it. Terran looked hatefully at his former ally. Had he not been surrounded by armed enemies, he might have leapt on the other man and ended his life right then and there. Avaryss remained silent. She didn't move, her posture so rigid she might have been a statue. "You realize that this was a mistake," Finn said to Joseph. "Even if the Abando group doesn't come after you, Captain Cooper will. And if can't get you with his own people, he has friends among the Jedi who will." "Cooper will find me very hard to get to," Joseph replied. "The magistrate and his friends have already offered me sanctuary, and once I sell you and the woman to the Zakwul, I will have their protection as well. As for the Jedi, well..." The magistrate hissed and spat in Finn's direction, his lips pulled back in disdain. "Arrogant off-worlder," the magistrate said, "your magics have no power here." The alien reached up and petted the fuzzy worm draped over his shoulder. "The Issa protect us. No sorcerers can harm us here." "The magistrate has the right of it, boy," Joseph added. "Abando always said, as long as he had these animals, he had nothing to fear, not of the Jedi or the Sith." Finn frowned. "The animals." He looked again, closer this time, both at the creature on the magistrate's shoulder and the one on the droid that came out of the vault. It seemed impossible. How? What trick of evolution would have caused an animal to have the ability to push back the Force? Where had Abando even found such a thing? It was in that moment that he heard something he had not expected. Over the blowing wind, he had almost missed it. Giggling. He looked up when he realized where it was coming from. Avi. Avi was giggling. Her shoulders were shaking slightly, but the laughter did not sound right. It didn't sound like a sound of mirth. It sounded wrong.
Avi looked up them, her masked visage moving over both the mercenary that had betrayed them and the aliens that protected him. "Thank you," Finn's dream friend said, her voice silky, but with an undercurrent of steel, and malice. She looked right at Joseph. "Thank you," she repeated. "Now, you are all going to die." Avaryss watched them, these mundanes, these walking corpses that dared threaten a member of the Dark Council. Dared to threaten their rightful empress. She dared one last look down at Alec. She had watched him die, watched him try to draw breath. It had not been the first death she had watched. She had seen many murders over the years, but this one felt different. It felt familiar. She looked at Terran, at the look on his face, the fire in his eyes. She knew that look, that fire. She had worn that look once, as Darth Fear's enforcer had murdered Andor Lillis in front of his daughter. The Dark Lord sneered. Kira Lillis was dead, her body laid to rest on Korriban, but who she had been, her rage, her experiences had shaped Darth Avaryss. As the mercenary had lay dying, she heard 4 words in her mind, words burned onto her scorched soul. I love you, Blossom. She despised those words, and the memory of weakness they brought with them, but she allowed the rage connected to them to come, and now. She smiled behind her mask. Now, thanks to the arrogance of these mundanes, she now knew how to kill them. She was very grateful. The mercenary, Joseph, smirked at her. Clearly, he didn't see how serious she was about her threat, that or believed her incapable of carrying it out. More the fool he was. You will forgive me if I don't fall to my knees and beg for mercy, my lady, he said to her. She snorted. My lord, she said. What? The proper way to address me is, my lord. The man drew his blaster and pointed it at her. I will call you whatever I want, Shudda. Ooh, Avaryss said, stifling another giggle, for such insult, fool, I will peel the skin from your wretched body, I will leave you screaming, so that Terran here can take his time blowing off parts of you, before you finally end. An ending that you will be begging for after the first few minutes. She turned to the magistrate. As for you, creature, your cities will burn. I will destroy every one of the worms that you hide behind, and maybe, if you are lucky, some of your people will live to be slaves in my new order. She looked at one of the closest, one wielding a slug slower. They were really small creatures, she wasn't sure what value they would have in her countless legions when they overwhelmed the galaxy. Oh well, maybe she would not waste her time. Unarmed you are, female, the magistrate hissed, in our power you are, the Issa have made you, their slave. Avaryss looked at Hully, the changeling, still in her abando form, was playing with a lapel pin she wore on the front of her long coat, a lapel pin with a long sharp point, barely 5 centimeters in length, but very sharp. Sharp enough. I must admit, the Sith said, I was wondering how you held the Force at bay. Had it been an artifact, or a piece of technology, that would have made things so much harder. The fact that you have revealed the answer, and offered it up to me. Well, you have dug your own graves. The magistrate stepped back, 2 of his guards stood before them, the rest of their soldiers stepped back, too far back for either Avaryss or Fen to lunge at them, their weapons pointed at the 2 force wielders. You are nothing without your powers, witch, Joseph hissed. Avaryss shrugged. You are right, I don't have the force, but that doesn't mean that I've run out of tricks. Hully. Yes, my lord, the changeling said in her abando voice. The worms, Avaryss said, kill. The order was barely out of her mouth when Hully moved, her arm snapping forward like a whip, or some frog dog's tongue. The air cracked with emotion. Crick. Crack. The guards tensed but didn't shoot. It had been so fast, they had not realized what had happened. Joseph raised his blaster, but didn't shoot. No tricks, he ordered, don't move. Avaryss smiled. No tricks necessary, she thought. Only death. Fen was not sure what had happened, it looked like Hully's arm had moved, but... He blinked. He felt it. A sense of awareness washed over him, and with it, a sense of peace and strength returned. He looked at Avaryss, and felt her presence once again, her joy, and her fury. The force was back. Time seemed to slow down. He looked up at the magistrate, the creature he called Issa. The animal, its head was split in 2, slashed by a blade. The small blade that Hully held in her hand. He dared a quick look over his shoulder. The droid who had also carried one of the beasts looked around, its own creature dead, slumping on the frame that had supported it only a moment before. Weapons were starting to come up. He was sensing alarm. The aliens realized that something was wrong. Something shrieked behind them, the crystals that had been brought up with Hikita's key. They were responding to the Force, waking up. Waking, to Darth Avaryss' call. Avaryss gestured, the air shimmered before her. Then whirled, the box containing Avi and his lightsaber were in the hands of one of the locals. It was open, the alien and an ally were inspecting the two weapons. The lightsaber leapt from the box and into Fenn's hand. He ignited the weapon with a snap hiss. Avi's own weapon was moving through the air, only it was ignited. It beheaded the two aliens closest to the box before returning to its owner's hand. Shouts and shots rang out, but they were too late. Avi was among them, a storm of dark side energy. Fenn shivered. Those beings, they didn't stand a chance. The killing began in earnest. Avaryss laughed as she attacked with both blade and spell. Dark side illusions turned weapons to serpents and other things that the aliens feared. Little or no fire came close to Avaryss or her allies. The Dark Lord laughed. Now, she thought. To fulfill my promise. She cut down another of the magistrate's men. His death scream, cut off at the last minute, brought a smile to her face. Glorious. One of the aliens tried to attack her with a stun stick only to lift it off his feet, his neck and leg caught by a thick green tentacle. Avaryss glanced over at Holly. She had changed form again, this time to a creature that the Dark Lord didn't recognize, a large squid-like creature, with 4 large grasping arms that crushed their prey before ensnaring another. An interesting shape, she thought. She would have to ask Lujane about it later. She was grateful for Holly's presence, not just for her aid now, but for how she had given them this chance. She had seen Lujane do her arm trick many times. The changeling's reflexes were lightning quick, able to snap up a tool from across the room, drawing little or no attention from those around her. The creatures, those, Issa had no chance. Avi had always said that Holly would have been able to slice a throat with those reflexes, and now, she had proven it. 2 little deaths had been all it had took, and now, they were free. Free to serve up Sith justice to these mundane fools. Avaryss was more than eager, and she was not alone. Fenn and Terran had finally joined in. The mercenary had recovered his blaster and was now blasting down the disorganized locals. Fenn dealt with the droids that had emerged from the vault. He kept them from retreating, either to seal the vault anew, or possibly bring up another Issa to try and contain the Force wielders. Good, Avaryss thought. Now, we can really have our fun. The magistrate let out a terrified warble. He may never had seen a Force wielder lost in the full grandeur of the Force before. Alas, he would never see such a sight again. His arrogance deserved punishment. And a Dark Lord always gave a mundane what they deserved. Avi. She heard Fenn shout, but didn't let it stop her. She grabbed the creature by the scruff of his neck and whirled him around. He tried to backhand her, but she dodged with ease. She whispered another spell. The dark side, feeding off her fury, washed over the alien. He fell with a pained gurgle. Avaryss stood over him, watching him. Fluid leaking from his eyes, nose and mouth. The man liquefied in a matter of moments. Painful moments all, his brain and nerve endings being the last parts of his body to dissolve. Such was the spell created by her Sith ancestors. Revenge, most sweet. She took another shuddering breath. Letting time flow normally once more, or rather, let her senses slow down to normal speed. The field around them was carnage. She smirked as she removed her mask, her glamour once more safely working. She turned to Fenn, her golden eyes glowing brightly. Delicious. 2 of the aliens remained. They were running through the tall grass trying to escape. Avaryss started to raise her hand. No. Fenn was there. He was unscathed from the battle. He was breathless, and a bit sweaty, but she again felt a warming her belly, a warmth that spread through her. He held her arm, stopping her. She should have been angry, being denied her prey, but she wasn't. She looked into his eyes. His grip was strong, a little tighter, and it would be painful. They are running, he said. Let them go, they are no longer a threat. You would deny me my kill, she hissed. His grip tightened. She winced. Ouch. Yes, he growled. We're done? Her heart was racing, her blood was up. He was. She hissed. It hurt so good. She shivered. Finally, some attention. She licked her lips. A wave of lust washed over her. She wanted him. She wanted him badly. Sadist, she murmured in a husky voice. She could feel their connection through the force. He felt it wash over him. He was angry, but he felt it. He had to. The heat. The wanting. His nostrils were flaring. He looked barely in control, like he wanted to let go. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself. We are done, he repeated. You are done? She smirked and let him lower her arm. As you wish, she purred. I'm done. Fen nodded. We're done? Not yet, Jedi. Fen released her. The two turned. Holly was once again in her original form, the red-haired young woman that had served on Avaryss Fury-class interceptor years ago. Terran stood over. Joseph the man was injured, his leg a piece of burnt meat below the ankle. Terran, he gasped. Wait. Fen came up to him. The Jedi looked down on the man with disdain. Why should he wait? He asked. Why? I surrender, the older mercenary said, his eyes focused on Fen. I surrender to you, Master Jedi. Terran looked at him, anger burning in his eyes. Don't try to stop me, Jedi. This shoulda killed my dad. He will answer for it. Avaryss watched the confrontation with curious eyes. Well, she wondered. What now? She knew what the Jedi Code said about such matters. Unarmed prisoners could not be harmed, at least, that is what she had heard during the war. Did this really apply though? We still need Terran's help, Fen, she reminded him, and he is more aggrieved that we are. Fen looked between the two men, Terran, who had lost his father, and Joseph, who had killed him. What now, my love? Avaryss wondered. What do you do now? I've surrendered, Joseph repeated. I need medical help. Master Jedi, please. Fen swallowed hard. He knew what a Jedi should do, but what would a man do? Fen reached out with the Force, and retrieved the beacon call that Joseph had taken from Alec. He activated the signal. A prisoner of war deserves protection, Fen said, but this man is not a Zakuul soldier, or any other formal enemy. He sighed, and looked at Terran. We have no room for prisoners. The ship should be here in 5 minutes. He turned his back on the Terran and Avi. Do what you must, you have 5 minutes. Terror blossomed on the wounded Mark's face. No. He shouted. No. Master Jedi. 5 minutes, Avi, Fen repeated, stepping away from the three of them. Avaryss grinned. How interesting. Terran gave her a smile, a cold and wicked one. Remember what you said you would do to him, my lord. Avaryss grinned. I do indeed. Joseph squealed and tried to crawl away. Terran stepped on his wounded leg, preventing him from escaping. The wounded merc howled in agony. Holly, Avaryss said, go with Fen, make sure he is okay. Yes, Avi, she said, it will be done. Good, the Dark Lord said. She closed her eyes, and began to draw on the dark side. From case behind her, the key woke up, filling the Force with its hungry taint. Avaryss smiled, drinking in the energy. The second key, she thought. One step closer. She looked down at Joseph. The man began to gasp, as the skin began to pull away from his eyes and lips. Now, Avaryss purred, where were we? The treacherous fool howled. The Dark Lord shuddered with delight. Terran grinned hungrily. Oh yes, she murmured. The peeling of skin began in earnest. The dark side trembled, and so did the Sith. Oh yes, she thought. Now, I remember. Chapter 32. It is singing. Fen looked down at the crystalline object in his hand. The Sith artifact had been glowing brighter and brighter since they had left the planet. He ran his fingers over its surface. It had a smooth, oily feel to it. He had switched hands twice, checking for moisture, but they were dry. The sensation was not entirely pleasant. He frowned. Plus, it remained cold. No matter how tightly he gripped it, the warmth of his hands didn't affect it. If anything, it was getting colder. His eyes narrowed. And it was singing. Through the Force he could hear it. Music that he could not put into words. Yet, strangely familiar, he had heard the melody before. A long time ago, down in the dark of Coruscant, as a child, hiding from the Sith, he had heard this sung. It didn't please him, hearing it again. If anything, it was making him angry. His thoughts drifted back to what had happened, of the betrayal they had suffered, and what had happened after. He should have felt shamed for what had happened to Joseph. The man had died horribly. He had heard everything while Avaryss and Terran dealt with the man. As a Jedi, as a person, he should have been horrified, but he was not. That made him angry too. He took a deep breath, and let it out slowly, trying to banish the anger with it, but more remained. It seemed to be flowing into him. He intended to confront Captain Cooper on their return. The man had sent them into danger with a traitor in their midst. Perhaps they should have brought Joseph back with them, so that he could answer to the employer he betrayed. That would have been the right thing to do, but what would have been the point? Captain Cooper would have executed the man anyway. Besides, Terran had deserved recompense of the death of his father. It may not have been the Jedi way, but that thing should be locked up. Fen blinked, and looked down. He stood behind Tara Valentine. The survivor pilot had been quiet since their jump into hyperspace. Holly and Avi were sleeping in their quarters, and Terran was in the medical bay. The MD droid was checking him over. Fen, Tara said, "Can you hear me?" Yeah, he nodded, still looking down at the key, lost in the melody that was echoing out through the Force. So familiar though. So very familiar. You shouldn't be holding on to that thing, Tara advised. Who knows what it is capable of? It is just a crystal, he replied. Tara gave him a questioning look. Fen, one of those crystals burned or flash froze an entire colony. Avaryss claims that they allow someone to travel through time. Her brow furrowed nervously. Underestimating that thing is the last thing we should do. Fen shook his head. He wanted to say he could handle it, that he wasn't worried, and everything was fine. But he licked his lips. But the key flashed in his hands, and a new wave of anger came over him. No. Fen turned and opened up a storage case that Tara had brought along with them. He thrust the key inside, thrust it in, and slammed the lid. He stepped back. He could still hear the music, but it was muted now that he wasn't holding it. He took another deep breath. He could still feel anger at Joseph, Cooper, and the past, but he took another breath. It was better now. The anger was still there, it would always be there, but its flames were low, manageable. He swallowed. He felt better. What is this thing? He couldn't help but wonder. He knew what Avi had told them. But still. Avi, he murmured into the Force. What are you trying to unleash? Are you all right, my lord? Holly shifted in the bunk. The changeling was once again back in her own clothes, her entire being radiating anxiety. Avaryss acknowledged that, but in that moment, she couldn't care less. This feeling, it was, she had no words. She smiled a wide toothy smile, a predator's grin. It felt amazing. She took a deep breath, basking in the warmth of pure undeniable rage. It was intoxicating. She could still hear the screams. The dying Merc had suffered gloriously before Terran had ended him, yet in that moment, the Force had sung with pure and unfettered emotion. Wondrous. And all because of Hakita's creation. It was beautiful. Avarice had woke the key, and it rewarded her with so much. This feeling, it was not like what she felt when she activated the first one on that doomed colony. Of course, she had been worried about Zay then. The girl's ordeal had soured that particular glass of milk. What she was feeling now, it was without doubt or limit. She could feel the energies that the key drew upon, passing through her, but more than that, they were changing her as well. They offered strength for her new body. It would soon surpass the old one in what it could absorb when it came to dark side energy. The key was not only victory, it was change, a change that would soon spread to the entire galaxy. She would change, then, she would change everything else. She took another deep breath. Perfection. She couldn't wait to share this with Zay and Agony. My lord. Holly repeated. Avarice turned to her friend and ally, and in that moment the rage almost overwhelmed her. Joseph's screams, they had not been enough. She wanted more. She needed more. She almost gave in, almost used the Force to pin Holly against the bulkhead and hurt her in ways that would have made the cruelest of the Sith Inquisitors flinch. It would have been glorious. It would have been fun. Yet, she didn't do it, she would not do it. She was the rightful Dark Lord of the Sith, the heir to the Empire. She didn't destroy a useful ally simply to feed a desire to sate her bloodlust, and besides, she and Holly were friends. She would not give in. Other victims would present themselves soon enough. I'm fine, Holly, she said in a husky voice, barely controlling what wanted to rage out from inside of her. A sadistic giggle escaped her lips. I feel, she said, stretching out her arms. They were all a-tingle, her blood was racing wonderfully through her veins. It was like a fine wine, or maybe spice, only better. Rage in its purest form. Glorious. I feel great. The changeling nodded. On some level, she likely could sense the menace coming off the Dark Lord, how hard it was for Avarice to simply keep it together, but that was okay. An ally should have a bit of fear from their Sith master. Yet, it was not only fear that Avarice was sensing, the changeling radiated with a sense of distaste and annoyance. Despite knowing her place, the Dark Lord could see it in the other woman's eyes. Her smile faded slightly. What? It is nothing, my lord. It clearly is not nothing. Go ahead, Lujane, if you have something to say, please say it. Holly shook her head. It is not my place to question. Yet, I am asking you to question, Avarice reminded her. We are alone here, Lujane. There is no one here to listen to our conversation. If you have a concern, please speak it now. There will be no reprisal, I promise you that. Simply, say what is bothering you. Holly pursed her lips. For a moment it seemed that she was not going to respond, but finally she did. Before she could begin, the Dark Lord raised a single finger, silencing her. Then she reached out with the Force, murmuring a spell under her breath. It took only moments for the cloaking spell to take effect. Now, if anyone looked on this room with a holocam, they would see only two women sleeping inside. All they would hear was the sounds of deep sleep. Avarice grinned and gestured for her friend to continue. Holly nodded. So, she said, we have found the second piece to this weapon you are building. The Sith nodded. It is not the weapon itself, but a tool that will make everything proceed as I've foreseen, she said, her smile returning. This is not simply another super weapon, Lujane. It is the means to reshape the galaxy as a whole. Its true purpose is not to destroy, but to create. I shall use it not only to defeat the invaders, but restore the Empire to its proper place. No one shall oppose us once all 5 keys are in our hands. But the keys are not in your hands, my lord. You have given them to the Jedi. For now, yes. For the first time that she had known her, Avaryss saw real anger in Holly's eyes. Her flesh seemed to ripple as that emotion touched every fiber of her being. Interesting, Avaryss thought. Perhaps the key's reach was farther and stronger than she realized. Maybe it was affecting Holly too. Again, intriguing. Holly had hidden her anger at her master well, but it had been there for a while. Holly had once desired Beric, he had only seen her as a friend, but that didn't mean that the changeling had forgiven the Sith for what she had done to him. She understood why, and knew that, considering the change, her brother was beyond saving. Yet, the heart and the head were not always together. The Dark Lord didn't blame the other woman, her anger was useful, and it kept her motivated. All Avaryss had to do was suggest that they might be able to help restore Beric, and that was enough. It had always been enough. Still, Holly was not happy that she had to wait. Avaryss' friend glared at her. More games, she hissed, more deceptions and tricks. The Dark Lord nodded. Deception and trickery were all weapons of the dark side. Most Sith preferred blind rage and overwhelming force, but Avaryss was starting to understand that some situations required for more subtle means. The deceptions were necessary. They were part of the plan? What would you have me do? She asked. We should not have involved the Jedi, Holly answered. We should not have involved any outsiders. If these keys were so important, we should have sought them out ourselves. You, me, and Rink, we saved the Empire when Cy Darbine and Darth Tarag threatened it, and we could have done so again. We could have taken the Fury out, and found these keys ourselves, and we would have had no need for playing games with our enemies. Avaryss nodded. She could see the appeal. One last adventure for our crew, she said, one more triumph. We could have done it. The Dark Lord shook her head. No, she thought. They couldn't. She gave her friend a sad and knowing look. I can't deny that I see the appeal in what you are saying, and, in truth, I miss those days. Us against the galaxy. You, me, Rink, and Beric, it felt like we could accomplish anything. We were the heroes of the Empire. Exactly, Holly nodded, we could. Sweet dreams, but childish ones. We couldn't see the truth, Holly. Everyone told us we were heroes, but the reality was something far more, much, darker. Avaryss frowned. We weren't heroes, Holly, Avaryss continued, we were pawns in the Emperor's game. He kept us all flying around, and fighting battles that didn't truly matter because they were all distractions. The Emperor had his own agenda, he needed time to prepare his final ritual. If not for his death, we would all be destroyed by now, absorbed into the very Emperor we thought had our best interest at heart. Avaryss' eyes narrowed, their golden glow increased. For the briefest of moments, she allowed the key to fill her with its rage, to give voice to the righteous truth, a truth tinged by rage. We were all lied to, Holly. I was lied to. The Emperor, Lord Fear, even Darth Mar, they all lied to us to feed their agendas, to make the Empire they desired. Holly frowned. I thought you respected Lord Mar. He elevated you. Only to feed his own interests, the Dark Lord spat. He ruined my plans to keep Fear complacent, slowing down my own advance. He could have used me to solidify power after the Emperor died. I was the most well-known Sith on the Council, and knew enough that I would have been accepted as Empress, even as a figurehead. The Dark Lord hissed. The memory of Mare's masked visage burned in her mind. Who knows, she added, Fear might have even told him about my sickness. He might have been biding his time, waiting for me to weaken and die so he could claim all that I built. The mere thought of that filled Avaryss with almost an unreasoning fury. No one steals from me, she thought. No one? I thought winning my master seat would give me what I wanted. I finally avenged myself upon him. I was free, at last, free to make the galaxy into what I desired, but the rest of the Council would not let that happen. My fellow Sith looked at me, Holly, but they didn't see a sister, or equal. They saw a peasant, a bumpkin from the outskirts of the Empire. They saw someone unworthy of the height they had climbed to. They saw someone they could manipulate. They never forgot my origins. I was always just the farm girl from Oridana. I was expendable. My fellow councilors proved that by blocking my moves on the Dark Council, and again when they refused to send reinforcements when Follis was attacked. When Arkan and his brother nearly killed me. Her blood raced as rage turned to hatred. She thought of her fellow councilors with disdain. What was coming, what she was about to bring down upon the galaxy. They deserved it. They deserved everything. Mar could have helped me, but he didn't. Perhaps he understood what Darth Acina desired, what he inspired those that followed his path to do. He might have taken me under his wing just to prevent me from becoming what I have now. To block the rise of the heir of Acina, the rightful heir of the Empire. Avaryss' hands clenched into fists. Had Mar been there, at that moment, she would have attacked him without hesitation. How dare he stand in the way, but then again, he wasn't in the way anymore, was he? He was dead. The madness beyond death had claimed him, as it did all Sith who failed and died. Avaryss would never know that fate. She would not let it take her. No. She would never fail. You ask why I need the Jedi? Because they will not try to alter my plans to suit them. They know what I want, and they will try to stop me when the time comes, but they will be doomed because they have no real understanding of the dark side, and what it asks of me. They, like the invaders, cannot grasp the true scope of my plans, and how I've drawn them into them. Avaryss chuckled. Dark cunning flashed in her golden eyes. The survivors are useful, as you have seen. They know how to halt the advance of a larger force. They held back Sith ambitions for years during the First War. Now they will help me hold back the Zakuul, and outsmart my fellow lords. Their deceptions work well with mine, at least for now. A nervous cackle escaped the Dark Lord's lips, one tinged with madness. They get to know me, and I'm getting to know them. When the time is right, I will know all their weaknesses and exploit them. I will leave the survivors in ash. I will claim Fen as my own, and his former allies will be dust beneath our feet. I'm not sure it will be that easy, the changeling said. Avaryss shrugged. It won't be, but it must be done, so I will do it. Holly nodded then, grudgingly perhaps, but she did not. She was willing to give her leader and friend the benefit of the doubt, as the Dark Lord knew she would. So, I need to go back into the roles you have put me in, she said. I must continue to play the parts you asked of me. Only you can do it, Avaryss reminded her. You have done so well to this point, the Jedi suspect nothing. Hell, even a Jedi Master like James Darbine doesn't realize he is being fooled. Avaryss rose and walked over to her friend, placing her hand on her shoulder. There are only 3 keys left to find, Holly. When that is done, we will be able to leave all this behind. We can finally go to Sanctuary Base and begin our true work. The restoration of the Empire, and the defeat of our enemies, all our enemies. Holly nodded. She had trusted her friend to this point, even though it bothered her. Not that Avaryss was surprised. Holly had always been happy serving as an engineer. She had not really used her changeling gifts until Avaryss had discovered them, and had asked her to do so. The woman sighed. I'm eager to get back to my old life, my lord. To be a humble engineer in the service of the Empire again. When we are through, you will be able to be whatever, or whoever you wish, I promise you. Holly nodded, and smiled. You know, when you asked me to contact my sister, to ask her to pretend to be me within Imperial service, I was not sure how well it would work. The Sith smiled. That had been one of her better ideas. How is Inge doing? Had there been any problems? None that she has told me about, Holly replied. They have her, me, running an Imperial supply depot. Demeaning work for a skilled engineer, but we both expected as much when Acina tried to move everyone close to you into positions where we could cause her no harm. Unsurprising, Avaryss thought. Few outside her inner circle knew Holly's true nature. The changeling had not advertised what she was, and Avaryss had made sure to silence anyone within the Empire who could have told them Holly's secret. Beric knew, but he would not tell Acina or anyone else. His programming prevented it, even if he decided to try to use it against his sister. The Dark Lord had made good use of the woman's abilities, but had needed to make sure that Holly wouldn't be missed within the Imperial Navy. To that end, she had hired the girl's sister Inge. Holly looked exactly like her sister, naturally. When the Hollies had first discovered Lujane, she had been only a toddler who mimicked the form of their daughter perfectly. The family of traveling engineers had taken the girl in, and the rest was history. Avaryss had paid Inge well, more than enough to purchase her own ship, if she decided to go out on her own, or to replace the freighter her family lived on 2 times over. All the woman had to do was pretend to be her changeling sister. File reports in her name, and keep the Imperial Navy clueless to the fact that Lujani had left their service. So far, over the last year, the plan had worked flawlessly. Holly sighed, and began to change shape. As Avaryss watched the red-haired engineer vanished and was replaced with a slender attractive blonde-haired woman, a woman with golden Sith eyes. "I still can't believe that they haven't figured it out yet," Holly said, speaking in the voice of Lana Beniko. "I contacted the survivors on your behalf, got them to organize and go after the invaders. I've spoken with both Master James and Colonel Capiston dozens of times, and none of them are the wiser." Avaryss smirked. "More proof of your value, my friend." Holly, as Beniko, laughed. The Dark Lord was pleased. She had heard rumors of Beniko attempting to build a coalition to oppose the invaders. It had not been hard for Holly to use her shape and form to recruit Fen and his allies over to her side, even if they didn't realize it. A beautiful deception. There was a danger that the real Lana Beniko would discover them, but it had been worth the risk. Plus, Avaryss had dispatched Sith assassins to find the real Lana and silence her. Once that was done, Holly would be able to take over the woman's life completely. All her contacts and allies would belong to her master. Avaryss wished her killers well in their endeavors. She could use Beniko's contacts, they would make her rise even easier. Holly transformed again, this time into a form that Avaryss knew well, the form she saw in the mirror, or would if she chose to abandon her glamour. The face of the Jedi woman that Avaryss had taken as her new body. The familiar face frowned slightly. "Have you heard anything off from the survivors?" she asked. "Do they suspect anything wrong in my portrayal of this one?" "Nothing so far," the Sith reassured her. The Jedi brow furrowed, a look of concern that Avaryss recognized from her mirror. Despite the change, she wore that same look every now and then. The transfer had worked, but the Dark Lord was coming to realize that some of what the former owner of this body was now remained a part of her. It was something that she was learning to accept, but that didn't mean that she was happy with it. Holly, wearing the face of a dead woman, who refused to completely die, frowned. "I'm worried about you, my lord. Are you sure that these keys, that this boy, Fen, is worth the trouble?" Avaryss nodded. That was one thing she knew for certain. Fen? The keys. They were worth it. They were worth anything. "No risk, no reward, Lujane," she said, idly touching the choker that hid her true face. She smiled coldly. "No risk, no reward." Chapter 33. It felt like betrayal. Fen didn't like it. He believed that Jedi should keep their word, that he was a man of his word. Yet, in this moment, he realized that that wouldn't be possible, not if he wished to protect someone he cared about, to protect all of the people he cared about. He took a deep breath, and tried to center himself. He didn't want to do this, but after the trip back from the antiquarian's planet, he felt he had no choice. They, the survivors, his friends and allies, were not in control of what was happening. They were stuck in a place where such control was almost impossible. The time had come to change that. He couldn't help but think that they were just puppets dancing to a tune that would lead to a place where he didn't want to be. Well, the time had come to change the music, and it all started here, with one woman. He nodded grimly as he walked forward. Her name was Agony. It was not difficult to find the Sith. She often went off at sunset to train. He had only needed to stretch out with his feelings to find her. Her pain and loneliness were a beacon in the Force. He kept his distance, watching before making his final approach. The Dark Lord was a shadow moving across the plains, one of many in the fading light, only this shadow was ringed in two dancing ruby lights, lights that might as well have been saw blades if one didn't realize what they were. He shook his head. She moved so fast. Through the Force he could track her movements, use it to slow down his perceptions. What he saw was something both powerful and dangerous. And he took another deep breath. And quite beautiful. According to Avi, Agony had been born into the Echini tradition. As a Jedi, he knew something about that tradition. The legendary Jedi Master Brianna Kai had been of the Echini bloodline. When Mitra Surik, also known as the Exile, had gathered the lost Jedi and set the course for the Order to be rebuilt, Master Kai had been among them. She had brought many of the Echini ways into the Order, or at least, mentioned them in her teachings. Stance, form, and discipline, they all became important to the next generation of Jedi Guardians. Agony was of such a tradition, her moves and stances confirmed that. Fen smiled slightly. The fact that she trained wearing almost nothing was also a dead giveaway. Master Kai had included that in her teachings as well. The Echini believed that to train and spar in such a state showed you were beyond deceptions, that the fight was fair, with only the fighter's skills to aid them. It was also said that Echini used such fights in their mating rituals, that for one Echini to completely defeat the one he or she desired proved that they had the right to consummate such desires. Agony had been married once, Fen knew. He wondered if her husband had needed to defeat her before she accepted him as her mate, and the father of her child? Not that that mattered, it wasn't mating that he wanted, only to win the woman's trust. He would need that trust, if he wanted to save Avi, not just from the dark side, but herself. The thought left him daunted. He couldn't help it. It still felt like betrayal. I did nothing, Master. I could have tried to stop her, but I didn't. Fen had sought out his old teacher as soon as they had returned to Survivor Base. The journey from Kiven's holdings had left him, shaken. As a boy, when he had felt confused or overwhelmed, he had always gone to his master, and James Darbine always seemed to know what he needed to hear. Fen needed that now, more than ever. He had to have it. They sat together in Master James' quarters. Fen had gone to see him as soon as they had landed. He would still need to debrief with the colonel later, but this wasn't about reporting about a mission. This was more important than that. The Jedi Master had said nothing as Fen had told him about what had happened. Joseph's betrayal, the strange worms, and the brutal end that had befallen their enemies. Master James had said nothing until he had finished. He had been Fen's teacher for almost a decade. He knew what the young man needed, when he needed to talk. Fen looked down at his hands. He felt ashamed. The screams of the dying mercenary still haunted him, but that wasn't all. He could also remember feeling the cruel joy that Avaryss took in ending the man, the savage pleasure that had filled their connection as she slowly ended his life. He couldn't meet his master's gaze. I could have stopped it. If his teacher was ashamed of him, he didn't show it. Instead he rose from his seat and walked over to his student, resting one hand on his shoulder. Perhaps you could have, he agreed, but would that have changed anything? It would have changed me, Fen said looking up at him, surprised by his master's indifference. I allowed a man to be tortured to death, Master. Would you rather have killed him yourself? James inquired. Could you have made it quicker? No, Fen shook his head. He should have been turned over to the authorities. He was part of Captain Cooper's crew, maybe. James smiled slightly. And is Cooper an official authority now? He would be mildly insulted to hear that, I think. Fen frowned. Master, Fen, listen, what happened on Kiven's holdings was bad. You fell into a trap, and fought your way out of it. What Joseph did, both to you and Kivin Abando, was wrong. Did he deserve to die so painfully? Probably not, but you must ask yourself this. Even if you had brought him back, who would you surrender him to? Which authorities had the right to punish the man? Cooper would have heard your story, and executed him for it on the spot. Harsh, yes, but that is the rules out on the fringe. Could you have left him for the natives of the holding to deal with? Maybe, but Joseph knew some of our plans. When the Zakuul showed up, looking for the key, and they will? Do you think he wouldn't have told them about Coop? Such a thread could have led back to us. Fenn's eyes narrowed. Are you saying he had to die? I'm saying he was foolish trying to trap a Sith, and was arrogant enough to think that Avaryss didn't have a card to play. I'm also willing to accept that we now have another one of Avaryss' keys in our possession, which means it is safe from the Zakuul. Master James sighed and returned to his seat. He offered no judgment, and seemed to accept what had happened. Ugly things happen in war, Fenn. Sometimes you have to pick your battles. The mission was at stake, and you didn't have time to debate the finer points of execution with Avaryss and Terran. Fenn nodded. That was true, but at the same time, a shiver ran down his spine. He hated to admit it, but he didn't like where this was going, any of it. He had been happy when Lana had first approached them, telling them that she knew where Darth Avaryss was, and that she might be open to an alliance. He had imagined the two of them fighting side by side, like they had done at the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. He has seen both her strength and courage during that fight, had thought she would be a great ally against the invaders. That had not happened. She was not helping them. Instead, much of what they had done since taking her in had been about helping her, aiding her in finding these keys. Yes, they had proof that the invaders wanted them too, but it feels more like we are working for her, rather than her helping us. She is manipulating us. Fenn recognized. It was not an easy thing to accept, but there it was. And in that moment, something clicked. A memory perhaps, or maybe a warning through the Force. He found himself reaching out for the connection he shared with Avi, that place where only they resided. What he felt shocked him. He didn't let himself slip completely into it. He stayed on the edge, searching, truly looking at what he was feeling, and what he knew. That is when he sensed it. On the surface, everything was normal, the connection felt the same, but the sheen of silver, the perfect balance between light and dark seemed greater, and it didn't take him long to find it. It felt like there were two small punctures in that bubble, that the purity of the connection had been breached, and something dark and malignant was leaking in. And when he focused on that sense of malice, he heard a familiar song, the key singing into the Force. The darkness was growing stronger. It was a small thing, small and insidious, but it was there. Fenn didn't speak about it, not to James, not yet. The keys were not just some power source, they were now linked somehow to Avaryss, and through her, to him. He could feel it, that power was flowing into their connection, changing it, perhaps even changing her. He couldn't help but wonder. If it could change her, what might it do to me? It was in that moment that he realized he needed to do something. Master James had said he had a plan to deal with any treachery, if it came to pass, but Fenn didn't think they could afford to wait that long. Avi had never lied to him, but that didn't mean she was incapable of deceiving him, deceiving all of them. He had to do something, before things got worse. The plan came to him quickly. Avi might have considered it a betrayal, but if it worked, Avaryss had played her hand well. They were all dancing to her tune, without even realizing it. It was time to change the music. Given their connection, it was possible. She can be saved. The thought hit him like a blaster bolt. If he could save her, turn her, she would have no use for the keys. She might even abandon the Sith altogether. Given their connection, he thought it was possible. The only real danger was her allies, but that not really a problem either. The girl Zay was not lost in the darkness, not yet. Temin could help him with her, his mom too. Dr. Tag had grown fond of the girl. Zenlur was a threat, broken by her past. Fen would need to be careful, but he knew her well enough that it was possible to work around the shadows that had ensnared her soul. Could he save her too? He wasn't sure, but Avaryss was in charge. She was the real threat. If she changed, Zen could be neutralized. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea, and he knew exactly where to start. That left only one, the first step in saving the girl he had known all his life. It could be done, he realized. Yes. It could be done. Fen had left Master James with a new determination. The Sith had a plan, they all knew it. Well, that was fine. Fen had a plan now too. And that plan would start with Darth Agony. I don't like being spied upon, Jedi. Fen jumped slightly. She had spoken up before he had even had a chance to approach. She stood before him, unmoving, weapon in hand and still undressed. She did not bother reaching for her clothes, her toned, yet curvy form slick with sweat. He sensed no self-consciousness, or nervous. Clearly, she had no problem with someone seeing her in a state of undress. Some might have thought her an exhibitionist, or maybe, she simply didn't give a damn. The two faced each other, a small test of wills. It was Fen that decided to back down. He lowered his eyes. I wasn't spying, he assured, I was out walking. I felt your pain. Agony sniffed, deactivating her twin blades, and then gestured to her left. Her clothes leapt into her hand. I was pushing myself, the girl said dismissively, pulling on her leggings. She shrugged. There is no pain where the power lies. He looked up at her again. Even in the fading light, he could see the burns on her arms and legs, tiny kisses made by the edge of her blades. The newest one still red on her inner thigh. Avi had told him about this too. The girl had been hurting herself for months, tiny wounds after her training sessions. He had been thinking about that, how he might use it. Now that he was here, he realized he was right to do so. He reached out with the force, and the sense of loss and loneliness nearly overwhelmed him. Agony was not like Avi, or even Zen. She had been raised a Sith, but that didn't mean she had completely accepted their ways. Fen could feel that too. The driving ambition for power wasn't there, not like it was in Avaryss. Agony had been happy once, now, all she was trying to be numb. The pain she inflicted was a distraction. The pain would turn to hate, eventually, and that hate would empower her, but, probably, destroy her. He had a plan now, sure, but what he was feeling, even if he had not, he would have still tried to help her. He felt foolish for ignoring this. Why had he not felt it sooner, the girl's need for help? He was shamed, but at least, it was not too late to try. He gave her a sad smile. There is no reason for it, he said, burning yourself. She gave him a cold smirk. Maybe I like pain, she replied. Had you thought of that? He had, but what he was feeling through the force made the woman before him a liar. He couldn't help it, he felt bad for her. He hadn't spent much time talking to her, not one-on-one. Usually she was at Avi's side, offering only ideas or insights. He wondered if the others felt her pain, had they just ignored it? Avi knew about it, and let it continue, letting the pain continue to eat away at her friend. You are thinking of them, he said, your family, your husband and daughter. The Sith's smile faltered. You know nothing about me, she growled, or them. Yeah, he agreed, though, I can't imagine that they would be happy with you hurting yourself. I'm not sure that they would have wanted to see you in pain. He reached out again with the force, offering comfort. He could not heal the wounds, but he could help. The light could soothe mental pain. He could help her. If she let him.
He waited for the fury to come, her hate of the Jedi, for her to reject the very idea of comfort, especially for one she considered an enemy. It never came. Agony when she looked away, pulling on her shirt, and shaking her head no. You know nothing, she repeated. He sensed panic. She didn't want to accept his help, but she did as well. He gave her a humble smile. I know Avi is your friend, but if you need to talk, if you think it is something she doesn't want to hear. I'm willing to listen if you will let me. She watched him with golden, suspicious eyes. He could almost tell what she was thinking. She had been taught to hate the Jedi, distrust their every word and motive. In the Sith Empire, that was a survival skill. The backstabbing nature of the lords of the Empire were well known. She is not used to compassion for compassion's sake. It may have been part of his plan, but that didn't mean that his ulterior motive was all there was. She was in terrible pain. He could feel it radiating off of her, like some dying star. Being around Avi, he had been ignoring the other girl's hurt, had come to see it as part of her. They all had, even Master Jazz. We should have been helping from the beginning, he realized. The girl was trying to work the angles, see what such an offer was in his interest, but he could also sense that she wanted comfort. Who knows how long she had been suffering, her fellow Sith just telling her to endure the pain, use it to make her strong. Finally, she turned away. He felt mental walls going up. Like armor, they now blocked her emotions from his senses. Leave me alone, she spat, heading out into the darkness. Finn shrugged. As you wish, but if you need to talk, the offer still stands. He turned away and made his way back to base. He wasn't sure where she was going, but it didn't matter, not in that moment. He started to wonder if he had misread what he had felt. Perhaps the girl really was too lost in her pain to want comfort. Maybe it was just wishful thinking on his part, maybe. Master Finn. He paused and turned. She stood there, watching him. He could barely sense her now, her mask of a Dark Lord firmly back in place. Her expression was pain, to say the least. You should not have approached me, she said. No, know that I will be telling Avi about this. Finn shrugged again. Go right ahead, he replied. I sensed your pain and hoped to help. That is all there is to say about that. He left her then, standing in the twilight, her golden eyes on his back. It was then that he sensed it, a sense of her reaching out, probing his defenses, trying to figure out what his game was. Finn smiled. What she would feel would be his concern for her. That was genuine. That fact that he now sought to free Avi from the dark side would not be sensed, because it was part of the compassion he felt for the poor young woman who had transformed into Darth Acina. To save one, I will have to save the other. His desire was not without ulterior motive, but that changed nothing. The Sith had plans, everyone in the survivors knew that. Well, he had a plan now too. Was it deception? Perhaps. Maybe it was a betrayal of their overall deal with Avi. Again, perhaps. Yet, he would risk it, for the sake of his dream friend, and the woman he had just approached. Avi was likely deceiving them. He was not blind to that, but now, he was working a deception of his own, one for the betterment of all. Would she see through it, try to avoid it? Maybe, but if not. He chuckled. Whatever happened, it would be an interesting battle between them, his war to save Avi's soul. He was prepared to do what was necessary. Okay, he thought, let's do this. He went back to base with a bit more spring in his step. Game on, Avi. Chapter 34. Nar Shada had grown worse. One did not need the Force to know this. They could see it with their eyes, even smell it in the air. Avaryss looked down on the vast cityscape that was the smuggler's moon. Even through the smog, glowing from the many neon lights, she could sense so much. So much pain here, so much suffering. A shiver ran down her spine as she reached out, drinking it all in. A sigh escaped her lips. Delicious. She was currently standing in a stateroom of a hut-owned casino. The Gilded Horde was like many such establishments across the industrialized surface of Nar Shada, yet another place for the Hutt cartel to fleece the many travelers that found their way here. Like all casinos, the chances of winning a fortune here were slim, a snare for the desperate and the corrupt. It was not enough to rob the foolish. Having them give you their wealth was so much more satisfying. Avaryss could sympathize. Her own wealth, the legitimate part of it, had been earned through the selling of droids. The types of droids that average and wealthy citizens took into their households. Droids with special programming that allowed her to appropriate certain materials when needed, and to her knowledge, few, if any, had been the wiser. That was one way to acquire wealth. What the Hutts did here was even more impressive. To have people gamble away the last of what they had in an attempt to secure a dream was impressive. The Gilded Horde was a monument to greed. The Dark Lord was impressed. Even with the war on, even with the arrival of the Zakuul invaders, such places still found their marks, and those marks were the easiest of targets. She should have looked away. She was here on business. She still needed to get ready. The Hutt auction was set for late evening. Thanks to Captain Cooper, it had been easy to buy her way into the sale, to put herself in place to acquire the third key. Avaryss frowned. It was the least the fool could do, considering his failure on Kiven's holdings. His lack of foresight, trusting his people too much, had nearly gotten her and Finn killed. It was just another black mark in the book she kept inside her head, her list of enemies to deal with when everything was hers. She had disliked the man before, for no reason. Now, she had found one, and it had taken great self-control on her part not to crush the life out of him. Taryn probably would have approved of that, given how their last mission had turned out. She sensed his approach. He had volunteered to be among the group that would serve as her entourage. She, the mercenary, Timon, and Finn had come to Nar Shaddaa, disguised as Imperials and their Sith masters. Zay had come as well, but she had left quickly, off to complete her master's desires and atone for her mistake. Shireville had volunteered to come as well, but Avaryss had convinced the others that that would have been a bad idea. Being a species of one, Shira was easily identified, and if the Zakuul managed to identify her, her known associates would soon be known as well. Yes, it was better that the mongrel wasn't here, and besides, she might have interfered with Zay's punishment, and that could not be allowed. The punishment was necessary, as well as the act of atonement that the Sith Master expected. Nothing could jeopardize that. Nothing. Nar Shaddaa was the perfect test. The girl would easier succeed, or she would not. Succeed or perish. That was the way of things. Once they had learned the time of the sale, everything had fallen into place. Her contacts among the Hutt cartel remained intact, and were far more extensive than Cooper's own. Though, she had needed the man's contacts, the avenues of communication that he possessed. They had been useful in contacting her old allies that she had not wished to reach out to through old Imperial channels that were no doubt being watched. She didn't bother to turn when the door opened. She could sense the mercenary, both by his presence and desire. The former was necessary, the latter was amusing. She had only just finishing freshening up from their journey. A true bath in clean water, not the tepid showers offered within Survivor Base. Vaga's agents had been accommodating and finding her clothing that would allow her to blend in with the rest of the wealthy creatures that would attend the sale. Among those clothes was a very nice bathrobe, made of the finest shimmer silk, and almost, but not quite, see-through. The old crime lord had come through again. She had done much business with Vaga the Hutt. The old worm had proven a valuable ally, though his tastes when it came to more intimate garments for human females surprised even her. She probably shouldn't have been. She had seen how the Hutts clothed their female servants. She should have been grateful that the garments were not even more revealing. Taryn seemed to be enjoying the view. She could feel the man's eyes on her. His desire was plain, especially after the aid she had offered him on Kevin's holdings. By slaying the man who had betrayed him and murdered his father, he was now bound to her. The fact that he aided her in her little game with Finn was also useful. She was more than happy to continue to fuel the fires of jealousy within her dream friend. Taryn didn't seem to care that she played this game. All he saw was her, the prize before him. Again, it was useful. He was no longer a threat to her, if he ever had been. He may not have realized it, but he was now hers. His anger at Cooper and the Jedi, his hatred still boiling after the loss of his father. That hatred kept him where he was needed, and served her well. It would bind him to her tighter than any chain. The others are settling in, he informed her. Master Finn and his kid will be ready to accompany you to the sale. Good, she answered, reaching out with the force, reaching out, and trying to sense the one in their party that would not be joining them. The one who would not be returning to Survivor Base. Not with them, anyway. The suffering of Nar Shadda drowned out her attempt. So many refugees had fled the Sith when hostilities with the Republic had resumed, and many more had fled when the Zakuul first began their own invasion. Arkan's army sweeping away all that stood before him. Those refugees had fled to Nar Shadda, as so many before them had, and now they were being processed by the Hutt systems, being slowly digested into the smuggler's moon's many vice trades. Slavery, both standard and the pleasure variety. Fighting men and women found their ways into gangs and pirate crews, feeding the spice and smuggling trades. Then there were those that would not survive, the ones that would be consumed by the despair of this place, those who would vanish into the moon's shadows and not rise again. Zay was among them now, armed only with a small knife in her boot. Avaryss had left her alone to wander the smuggler's moon, limping through its dark alleys. She had a mission, but the chances of her succeeding were few. She brought this on herself, the Dark Lord thought, but still, this was Zay. Despite her training, she still carried a soft spot in her heart for the serving girl. She gave you no choice, Darth Fear's voice reminded her. You could not let her off easy, not after what she did. She could almost see her master's grinning face. He would have approved of what she had done. He did approve. The girl tried to steal from me, Avaryss thought with a hint of anger flashing through her golden eyes. She deserved to be punished, needed to be punished. Avaryss felt no shame for doing so. The girl had it coming. Terran didn't move. Normally she might have reached out to Finn, drew his attention so he could see the man staring at her. If she had been feeling more playful, she might have done just that, but, for the moment, she was not in a gaming mood. Is there anything else? She asked. Not really, he replied, though you seem distracted. She frowned. Am I? Looks like it. You worried about your little bird? The smuggler's moon isn't the safest place for a girl. You sure she will be able to find this safe house of yours? You sure your agent will be there? Avaryss sneered. Little bird? Terran had given Zay that nickname. Given her singing and her limp, he claimed it was more of a waddle than a limp. The girl hadn't really cared for the nickname, but Avaryss believed it would stick. Several of the soldiers at Survivor Base had started using it. Like me and Farm Girl, the Dark Lord mused. It seems that Zay and I both are now bound to nicknames. She once again reached out, trying to sense the girl again. Nothing. Her frown deepened. Your agent does know to expect the kid, right? Terran's concern surprised her. He didn't seem the type to care about people. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. There is no agent, she informed him. There is no safe house. I sent Zay out on a mission as penance for her mistake. Terran blinked. Penance? Why? What did the kid do? Avaryss turned. She shouldn't have said anything, but, at that moment, she needed to talk, and since Agony was not here, Terran would do. It was a risk, telling him, but only a small one. It is not like he would go running to tell the Jedi. She smiled. A cold, conniving smile that was both cruel and vindictive. She tried to steal from me. That is not something that I allow in a servant. While I was tending to other matters at Survivor Base, she accessed my holocron without my permission. I caught her. Avaryss shrugged. Such an insult, it cannot be forgiven. The look on the mercenary's face made it clear that he didn't understand. She shouldn't have been surprised. So you just kicked the kid out, just like that. Avaryss shook her head. I've given her a mission. If she succeeds, all will be forgiven. What kind of mission? She needs to find her way back to Survivor Base on her own, with no help from me or any of the survivors. The Dark Lord nodded. It will be a challenge for her. The look Terran gave her was one of disgust. How do you expect the kid to do that? Especially from a planet like Nar Shadda. This place eats kids like your little bird. You didn't give her a mission. You killed her. This place is going to destroy her. I think you underestimate her chances, the Sith replied. Her smile turned cold. The Force is with Zay. I can sense it. The fact that she was able to open my holocron and access its secrets is proof of that. I doubt she understood what she was seeing, but she has gained knowledge that she should not have. I have rediscovered many secrets of the first Sith Empire, spells that frighten even me. Zay has some of that knowledge. It may be useful, and the Force will serve her well. She is not helpless. She just needs the strength to trust her instincts and feel her way home. Terran shook his head. He seemed angry with her. All because the kid peeked into your toy. Don't you think this punishment is overkill? Avaryss considered that. Curiosity by itself was not a crime. Had Zay asked for a chance to explore Avaryss' holocron, she might have allowed it, let her see some of the tales of her master's victories, but she had not done that. While Avaryss had been away on Kivin's holdings, Zen had gotten into the girl's head, convincing her that if she truly wanted to know the secrets of the Sith, she needed to seek them out for herself. The Dark Lord would normally have been pleased by her former student's desire to help the girl, but Zen was Sith. She did nothing out of kindness or charity. On the very day that Zay had gone to access the holocron, Zen had informed her former master that someone had been sneaking around her quarters. She had convinced Avaryss to return to them to check, to see if anything was amiss. She had found Zay, the holocron glowing in her hand, the gatekeeper within accessing data for her. Avaryss had been furious. She had not been enraged merely by the girl's audacity. If anything, the Dark Lord admired the girl for her courage. It had been the fact that the girl had trusted Zen so blindly after everything she had seen in Avaryss' service. She had not even considered the fact that Zen had an ulterior motive for telling her about going into the holocron without permission. No, the Sith had not been angry at the girl's theft. She was enraged that the girl had been put in a position to get caught. Such naivete in a Sith hopeful was unforgivable. The girl had needed to be corrected. The punishment is harsh, she said with a nod to Terran, but if the girl wishes to be more than my servant, she needs to learn to survive on her own. The galaxy is a dangerous place, far too dangerous for a mere serving girl with a bad foot. Avaryss' smile turned sadistic. Zay wants to be more. I'm giving her a chance to prove it. Plus, I wish to know the exact coordinates of Survivor Base. Zay will find that information out, or she will not come back at all. Avaryss smiled. Such a challenge is worthy of one who wishes to know the ways of the Sith. It was in that moment that she sensed it. She turned quickly. Reaching out, she found the girl in the Force. What she sensed pleased her. Zay was hiding in a dark alley, her master not sure where. The girl had just escaped a bit of trouble. Avaryss could tell that much. She could feel the thrill of success, and the adrenaline rush from escaping danger. And beneath that, Avaryss shuddered. Yes? She could feel it, hate swelling in the young girl's heart. Angry at her master for giving her such a difficult challenge, but her hate, that was reserved for another. Zen lure. The girl blamed the former Jedi for this, as she should. She would never trust so freely again, and more to the point, she had come to understand the first lesson of being a Sith. Zay wanted power. Avaryss could sense it. The craving had taken root. She wanted power to survive her mission, but that was only part of it. She wanted the strength to make Zen pay for her betrayal. Avaryss had made sure she understood that she had been betrayed. Avaryss nodded. She understood the value of having an enemy, how that motivated a young hopeful to excel. Zay would never forgive Zen for what she had done. She would dedicate her life to seeing her destroyed. The more she suffered on this journey, the deeper her hate would grow, fester, and take root. It was delicious. It was flawless. It was. Avaryss gasped, a realization striking her like a blaster bolt. Darth Fear, she thought. His name sent a chill down her spine. All that she had suffered, all that she had endured at her master's hands, and that of his sycophants came back to her. She had promised herself that she would be better, stronger, and yet she now used her late master's methods, making her own students suffer as she had suffered. No, the Dark Lord thought. No. Anger flashed in her eyes. I've turned into Darth Fear. The thought was as depressing as it was repellent. Again she could see her master's face, his cruel eyes, his every gesture radiating insult. I'm a bit offended by your reaction, girl. Avaryss frowned. Good. What did it matter if fear would take offense now? He was long dead. The future belonged to her. She took another deep breath, centering herself. Zay faded from her sight, again off on her mission. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. She no longer had time for self-reflection. She needed to get ready. The auction would begin soon, and she and Finn would be in attendance. She would need to keep her guard up. Finn was not ready to the galaxy as she did, not yet. No, that time would come soon. She turned her eyes again on the neon-lit skies of Nar Shaddaa. The smuggler's moon had served her well in the past. She hoped it would do so again. Have you spent much time on this world, Terran? The mercenary shrugged. Dad brought me here a few times, sure. And what do you make of it? The man wrinkled his nose in disgust. It is a cesspit, and considering the worlds I've been to, that says something. Nothing is worse than an Nar Shaddaa. Avaryss smirked. Well, you are not wrong, she agreed, but even a cesspit serves its purpose. It was a crucible for me, forging me into the Sith I am today, but perhaps that time is coming to a close. She shook her head. Places like this will not exist under my rule. I am not like those arrogant fools on the Dark Council. I care nothing for the existence of pure blood and breeding. All will be welcome in my empire. Under me the Hutt clans will cease to exist, just as the Zackles shall soon enough. I will transform this galaxy into a vast dark machine, all parts turning towards a single goal, the betterment of all. The suffering of Nar Shaddaa will end, as it will on all other worlds that I touch. She turned to the mercenary then, a hungry smile on her face. The galaxy needs to change, and under my rule it will. If he believed her, he didn't show it. She sensed no stirring in him, no blaze of loyalty. If anything, the young man was amused. He chuckled. You Sith types have been saying that for years. I don't see how your take on the galaxy will be any different, or how you will even be able to do it. Avaryss smiled. She thought of Zay on her mission, and of the third key just waiting for her to purchase. She had faith that both would be hers, both would return to her hands soon enough. Then with the power of the keys at hand, and a new crafty and deadly apprentice at her side, she would be indomitable, she would be unstoppable. She giggled, her golden eyes shining brighter. You will understand soon enough, Terran, she promised. Soon, all would understand. Chapter 35. Scum and Villainy. They were words that Finn didn't apply lightly. Growing up with Master Jazz, he had come to see that the galaxy was rarely black and white. What some people call scum, well, they could be rough around the edges, but there was honor there. Maybe not the honor that a Jedi would see, but honor nonetheless. Those around them now, well, that was different. As they made their way through the casino, heading to the grand hall where the auction was to be held, they found themselves surrounded by many other buyers, many other guests that had come to bid on the wares offered by the Hutts. Finn suppressed a frown. He recognized many of the people joining them tonight. Faces he had seen in many law enforcement offices, many on various wanted holos, or person of interest recordings. He was surprised by how many had come. Travel was not an easy thing, not with Zackle ships monitoring the comings and goings between Republic and Empire. Over 100 beings made for the Grand Hall, all being gently herded by a small contingent of Weequay guards. Finn shook his head. All well-dressed, with beautiful femmes or handsome gentles on their arms, powerful beings all, men, women, and creatures from many different worlds, but all with one thing in common. All of them were criminals. As guardians of the peace, the Jedi did have access to the resources used by the judicials of the Republic and other forces of law enforcement, and in his travels with Master Jazz, often across the Rim and Midrim worlds, usually among those considered the fringe of the galaxy's underworld, had further expanded the young Jedi's knowledge. Yes, he recognized many faces here tonight. Gunrunners, smuggler chieftains, spice kings, and slavers had all turned out for the sale, all come to purchase the ill-gotten goods that the Hutts had on offer. Had they known there was a Jedi in their midst, the other buyers might not have appeared so content, so sure of themselves, drinks or snacks in hand, with beautiful femmes and gentles on their various arms and appendages, They all ignored him, or at least accepted his presence among them. Tonight, Finn was not dressed as a Jedi. If they were to accomplish their goals, they needed to blend in, hide among the shadows that frequented the smuggler's moon. It was disturbing to say the least. Avaryss had set this up, with Captain Cooper's help. They had arrived dressed as Sith, a familiar sight among galactic gatherings of dangerous people. Terran was dressed in the uniform of a Sith officer, Timon in the garb of a Sith acolyte, a role made more believable by his half-Sith pureblood status. Finn wore the robes of a Sith warrior, the slate-gray armor and black robes hiding his true allegiance. His hood pulled up, hiding most of his face. Avi was. Finn glanced over at her. Again his breath caught. He couldn't help it. Avi was beautiful. She had foregone the robes of her station, choosing instead a lovely black dress. Off the shoulder, secured at her neck with a single delicate strap, the dress had a slit in the side to give her legs freedom of movement. A deep red sash belted her waist, allowing her to carry her lightsaber. She wore her long black hair up, her features mostly hidden by a black sequin domino mask. Avi smiled as they made their way down the corridor. Several men, and even a few women, stared at their group, or rather, at Finn and the young woman on his arm. He glanced over again, taking her in. She seemed almost to be floating among the other guests. The gown was cut very low and back, showing off the Sith tattoos that ran from her neck, down her spine, and stopping just at her hips. But they were not tattoos. He noticed they looked more like brands, that some intense heat had scorched them into her flesh. Had he been braver, he might have placed his hand on her back, but he was not. He could sense a cold that seemed to come from those markings, an echo of intense dark side power, or the presence of power. The thought troubled him. It was as if the dark side itself had branded her with those markings. He found himself wondering if they had been done as a part of some Sith ritual. If so, it meant that Avi had dipped far deeper into the dark side than he would have preferred. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Her eyes found his through their connection. She had likely sensed his disquiet. She smiled. "Do not let our fellow guests bother you," she said. "They are just something we must endure, at least, until the prize is in our hands." Finn nodded. She thought it was the company that they kept that bothered him. She was right, but that was only a minor inconvenience. He was more worried about her. He remembered seeing the scars she had once had, especially the bad lightsaber burn across her shoulders, the one that marred her tattoo. That scar was gone. Her back looked pristine. It seems that the dark side had done more than simply restore her arm to her. Finn knew little about Sith alchemy, but knew it was dangerous, and could be costly to those who used it. He couldn't help but wonder what price the dark side had asked for restoring his dream friend's body to what it had been before. "I don't like this, Master," Timon whispered. "These people are of no consequence." Finn advised. "Avi is right in this. Tim, we must stay focused on the goal." Yes, his Padawan agreed, though Finn did sense a flash of anger directed at the woman on his arm. He could feel his student's glare, his eyes burning into Avi's back. Timon was not happy with her, that was clear. He didn't need the Force to know that. The boy had been trouble since they had met up for the auction. He didn't need to guess the reason. He is worried, Finn realized, worried about Zay. The two of them have grown pretty close over the last few weeks. Again, troubling. He realized he would need to speak with the boy. Friendship was good. It kept you grounded. But strong attachments could be troublesome, especially in the early part of a Jedi's training. The thought almost made him laugh. Was he really the one to lecture the boy about the dangers of attachment? After years of separation, the girl he had dreamed of most of his life was finally on his arm. For the first time ever, he felt strangely complete. It had been like he had been searching for a part of himself his entire life. Now, he had found it. Now, he felt whole. If that was not attachment, he didn't know what was. Lord Avaryss. Hearing her name made her stop. He felt tension in her arm, and through the Force. A flash of fear that was unlike Avi. Her grip became hard. She almost pushed him before her, almost. The fear vanished quickly again. She was back in control. Avaryss turned to see a scarred human dressed in finery approaching, a pretty young girl on his arm. Avi smiled. Gravit Satchov, she purred, it has been some time. Indeed it has, my lord. The man chuckled, though, I must confess, I wasn't sure it was you. The last we spoke, you were in such a bad way. You were in a hover chair, breathing through an oxygen mask. Recovering from an injury, nothing more, she assured him. It took some time, but, as you can say, I've fully recovered and ready to take on the galaxy again. The man chuckled. He seemed amused. The woman on his arm said nothing. She didn't seem aware of what was going on, not fully. From the glazed expression, Finn guessed she had been drugged, whether by her own hand or by the man they were speaking with, he could not be sure. The man, Gravit Satchov, didn't seem to notice. He remained focused on Avi. She spoke like they were old friends. I trust matters are running smoothly on Ardana. I've had no contact with any of your people in months. At the mention of the world, she frowned, a frown that fled quickly, replaced by a strained smile. She didn't like talking about this, Finn was sure of that. I was removed from my place as administrator of my home world, Mr. Satchov, she answered. In fact, I needed to take a sabbatical from my duties on the Dark Council as well. Really, the man said, that's unfortunate. Isn't it though? The Dark Lord agreed, but don't worry, it is only a temporary thing. I intend to be back in my old position soon. It has been an interesting year away, but I'm most eager to get back to work. Happy to hear it, the man answered. Just know that should you need any extra laborers, my stock is more than replenished, even after the size of your last order. I will be more than able to meet your needs. Again, Avaryss twitched. Finn felt it, the tension in her arm, her grin becoming almost painful, briefly. I will keep that in mind, she promised for now. Enjoy the evening, and the auction, of course. The man nodded and turned away, noticing another familiar face in the crowd. Finn watched the exchange with a frown, just being able to hide his surprise. Gravit Satchov. It had taken him a moment, but he remembered the name, and why he knew it. He looked at Avi. That man is a slaver, he said flatly. Yes, she answered. He was aghast. He had expected her to deny it, make some excuse for why she had dealings with someone who traded in innocent people. Avi, you dealt with slavers. My master dealt with slavers, she clarified. He brought slavery to my home world. He needed it to meet the expanded quotas. Avaryss frowned. Finn could sense her distaste and disdain. It is not something that I would have allowed. I stopped it as soon as my master was retired. Fine, Finn said. Yet I can still sense your familiarity with many of the people in this room. They know you. Some of them fear you. The fact that you could move so freely through a world of slavers and... He stopped. He had no more words. He wanted an explanation. She gave him a cold smile. I know many of the people in this room, Finn. I was on the Dark Council, after all. One does not serve on the Dark Council without getting one's hands dirty. Darth Mar and the others had their fingers in all kinds of shady deals that I was drawn into once I was on the council. She glanced around the room, her smile turning to a sneer. That does not mean that I approve of those deals. Many, I did not, but I didn't have the authority to stand up to my fellow lords. I was not my master. Fear was known, and was from a respected line. I was the new girl on the council, and despite my powers and position, I was isolated from so many choices. The other counselors never accepted me, not really. Mara and I had an understanding, but now, I realized that he just needed me to further his own agenda. He manipulated me, promising to aid me when I needed it, but never giving me the opportunity to call in those favors. Finn nodded. That made sense. She had told him several times that the council did its best to limit her authority. Besides, he wanted to believe her. She had never lied to him. I trust her. He needed to trust her. She shrugged. My past is in the past, Finn. Know that things will not go back to business as usual in the Empire, not when the Zakul are defeated, and I'm in charge. She smiled slyly. Many things will change when I'm on the throne. I promise you. In this, Finn didn't doubt her. He could sense it. She was not trying to deceive him. She believed what she was telling him. He nodded, accepting her words. He had to accept. He believed her. He needed to believe her. As they filed into the auction hall and found their seats, Avaryss could not entirely kill the sense of anger that was boiling beneath the surface. The seats that Vaga had arranged for her party was on the main floor of the auction hall, meaning that she would need to sit among the rabble. They were wealthy rabble, perhaps, but still mundanes, not the proper company for the next ruler of the galaxy. She wondered if Vaga had done this on purpose. He may have been an ally, but that didn't mean he was not above reminding her of the position the Hutts wielded in their territory, making the Dark Lord of the Sith sit was the mundanes were likely part of that. A mild chastisement for believing herself superior, or rather, knowing she was superior. Yet that was not the reason she was troubled, not the whole reason. As she found her seat, she looked at her hands. Normally they were so steady, but now they trembled slightly, and had since her encounter with that fool Gravit Sachov. All it had taken was his voice, hearing it, and she frowned. Avi had lost control. Though he had not been threatening her, a sense of fear spiked in her from seemingly out of nowhere. She had never feared the slaver in the past, had had no reason to, but she had felt it now, nonetheless. It should have been impossible. She was a Darth. She was death itself. Fear was for lesser beings, for slave and... She blinked. Slaves. Her eyes narrowed. A thought occurred to her. A most uncomfortable thought, indeed. Sachov had mentioned their last meeting. She remembered it now. She had been in a hover chair, and on oxygen. The mutation disease that Darth Tarek had infected her with had gotten worse. She had needed to keep calm, and still, it had helped with the seizures. That had all ended with the sacrifice of 1,000 souls. They had cleansed the Jedi body she now called her own, but it seemed that the spell had not done everything that it had promised. Are you okay? She smiled at Finn and found her seat. Terran took one to her left, protecting her, while Timon sat to the right of his master, sandwiching the two of them in between. She nodded. Of course, everything was fine. Why wouldn't it be? She had her new body, and 2 of the keys. Soon she would have the 3rd, and be ready to move her relationship with Finn forward. Yet, that didn't change the fact that things were not perfect. She looked down at her hands. The memory of the fear she had felt when she heard Sachov's voice worried her. Things were not as clear as they seemed. The ritual she had used to save her life had been crafted from the works of Naga Sato and her own research. It had suggested that the energies that she needed, the life force of the 1,000, was pure and neutral. It was a flame that would cleanse her new body, and it would leave nothing behind, no trace of the Jedi, whose soul would be obliterated, and lives of the 1,000 would be consumed in the flames, leaving no trace of who they were, or had been in life. Avaryss looked down at her hand and frowned. It seems that Naga Sato had been wrong. The ritual, it had done its work, but the transfer was not as clean as it should have been. Avaryss had ample evidence of that. Flashes of memories that weren't hers. She had access to skills she should not have, could do things that she had never trained for. And now, this. The fear. Avaryss licked her suddenly dry lips. She didn't like thinking about this, but she couldn't deny it. Damn. Many of the people sacrificed to return her to life had been slaves brought to Ordana by Sachov. They had known him, and known his anger. The irrational sense of fear, it was their fear, not her own. At least, that is what she believed. It made sense. She didn't like it, but there it was. She fought the desire to curse, long and loudly. She didn't want this, any of it. She was on the edge of absolute victory. The galaxy would soon fall into her lap. Yet, she now had to contend with what was left of those that had saved her life, not to mention the remnant of the Jedi who had once had this body. It was galling. It was not like she was hearing voices, or feeling the will of another. No, she had conquered that along with the mutation sickness of Terex. No, this was different. This was a coloring of the tapestry of her soul, a part of her that was both new and strangely familiar. What it meant in the long run, she couldn't say. Does it matter? The darkness within her hissed, so there were minor side effects of the ritual that saved your life. So what? They are nothing, mere shades of lesser beings. You are the Dark Lord of the Sith, the heir to the Emperor, and the dark side itself. What you are experiencing will not stop you. You can't let it stop you. She took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Yes, that was true. What did it matter if an echo of souls she had taken remained? She had a plan, and they would not stop it. She would destroy the Zaquil. She would destroy the Republic. She would build an empire that would last for millennia. The lords of House Avaryss would be a dynasty that would hold sway over the galaxy until the stars burned themselves out. She could deal with anything as long as she could hold on to that, but first, the key. She needed to acquire it. Avaryss looked down at the arm of her chair. A small datapad was there. She picked it up, quickly accessing it. She smirked as she went through the list the pad contained, a complete list of all the items on offer. Her eyes fallen on the 17th. It looked slightly different than the others, but she could not deny that it was one of Hikita's keys. The third one, 3 of 5. So close now, she thought. So very close. Finn looked around. He was still troubled by the dark company that he found himself among. She reached out and squeezed his hand reassuringly. He looked down and smiled gratefully. That smile warmed her, but also amused her as well. Dear Finn. She wondered if he realized that when all was said and done, the most evil person in the room was the one that was on his arm. She almost laughed at the thought. Amazing. Evil was only a point of view, of course. She knew that from her own training. The galaxy was just a collection of beings struggling for power and identity. They would call her evil because she sought to end their chaotic struggle. If the Jedi and the Sith agreed on anything, it was that the galaxy needed order to function. The foolish Jedi believed that they could bring order through working with mundanes. Foolish and a waste of time. Avaryss shivered with excitement. Thought of the endgame filling her was a dark delight. So close now. Free will, that was true evil. It was a lie that had torn the galaxy apart so many times. The Republic was proof of that. Legions of dumb, panicky creatures attacking the truly great among them. That fear and free will had caused the ancient Jedi to turn on themselves, caused the schism that led to the creation of the Sith Order. Avaryss would make sure that those fools and their ideas never hurt anyone else again. Soon she would have the power to bind the galaxy to one will, and with that power she would unify, all against the Zaquil, the ones who had survived her first attack anyway. The thought warmed her, and she almost cackled with glee. It would be delicious. The galaxy would be a much better place when it was of one will, hers, and her family. Oh, how the galaxy would advance when everyone worked toward the common good. Everything would function as a well-oiled machine, droid-like, only better, because order would be enforced with firm yet gentle hand. Her hand? She reached out with the force, trying to sense the key, but found nothing. She shouldn't have been surprised, she supposed. It was more than likely the Hutts had the items up for auction off-site, and they would need to go and pick it up once the sale was over. Fine with me? She looked again on the pad, entering her account number, showing the credits she had transferred for the sale. She nodded approvingly. 1.5 million credits. She doubted that anyone else could match the bid she would make towards the key. She leaned back and tried to relax. Forget about Satchef and how he had made her feel. She frowned as she looked upward. The VIP boxes for the sale were already filled. I should be up there, she thought angrily, not down here with the rabble. She put such thoughts out of her mind. In the end, it didn't matter where she sat. The prize would soon be hers, and without bloodshed. She almost smirked. If anyone knew how valuable the key was, they wouldn't be so relaxed as they waited. Hell, the Hutts wouldn't be selling the thing if they knew. So much the better that they didn't, she thought with a happy sigh. The auction started, a Toydarian barker grinding up a holo of the first item up for bid. Avaryss sat back watching the big spenders, wondering if any would try to outbid her. They would lose, of course. She had come too far. She would not stop now. Finn watched as the items were auctioned off one by one. Avi didn't even bother trying to bid on anything. If anything, she seemed bored by the whole event. Finn wished he could say the same. Some of the things being sold here, it made him uneasy. On the surface, everything seemed so harmless, but his training and taught him that this was no mere transfer of goods. Some of these sales, they were nightmares waiting to happen. The second sale was a crate of G26 power cells. He knew the name and knew what such cells were used for. They powered A-11 heavy disruptors, weapons that were outlawed in every civilized system, outlawed because of what they could do to living tissue. And someone now had a crate to power 200 of them. Dangerous. The 10th sale was of 50 liters of bioreactive gel, an enzyme brew used in most hospitals on civilized worlds, used and highly regulated. Most systems only required a half-liter for one hospital per planet. A few drops were all that were required for most medicinal uses. There were several uses for such a high amount. Genetic experimentation at the best, bio and viral weaponry at the worst. Finn didn't recognize the femme that bought the gel, but she didn't look like a medical professional. Again, dangerous. The Toydarian Barker wasted no time in moving from item to item. At his side stood a large man with dirty, thinning blonde hair. He had strong arms and a thick neck, but his waistline was greatly expanded, showing that he had not been on the field of action in quite some time. The Toydarian flapped over to the second podium, bringing up the next hologram, a familiar-looking one. Avaryss grinned hungrily. Finn shivered. The key. He wondered how dangerous it could be in the wrong hands. As bad as the other items that had been sold here. The Toydarian gestured to the holo. And now on to the next item, a crystalline artifact, possibly of Jedi origin. The little alien clasped his hands before him. We shall start the bidding at 5,000. Do I hear 5? A man in the front row said 5. Do I hear 10? 10, Avaryss said, raising her pack. 15, said the woman who bought the gel. 25, said a scarred Twi'lek male across the room. 30, said an obese Olston, a known arms dealer, if Finn remembered correctly. We have 30, the Toydarian called out. Do we have 40? 45, Avaryss said confidently. 60, the Celestin exclaimed. 65, the woman who bought the gel, shouted. We have 65, the Barker said. Any more? 100, Avaryss exclaimed. 100,000 credits, do I hear more? No answer. Do I hear more? The Toydarian asked. 110, the Celestin growled, glaring at Avaryss. She gave him a cruel, yet sweet smirk. She was clearly enjoying this. 110,000 credits, the Barker exclaimed. The bid is 110,000. Any more? Any more? The blond man standing next the Toydarian blinked. He looked at Avaryss before leaving the stage, speaking quickly into his comlink. Finn frowned. What was that about? Any more? 200, the Twi'lek shouted. Avaryss giggled. Finn knew how much money she had brought. The fact that she could drop 1,000,000 credits with such ease was shocking, but then again, she had been on the Dark Council, and she had told him more than once that she had invested her credits well. She had been extremely wealthy once. She had lost some of that when she had been cast out, but she still had wealth, not as rich as she had once been, but still. 500,000, she said, earning more than a few gasps from the other patrons. The Toydarian's eyes sparkled greedily. This was, by far the highest the auction had gone. Even the gel had only been 40,000. Anyone else? The Barker asked. 500,000 credits. We have 5. Anyone for 550? 6, Finn felt Avaryss grip his hand. Her golden eyes sparkled. She sensed victory. 2,000,000 credits. The bid shocked the room. Even Avaryss, her eyes widened, and she looked up, trying to see who would dare. Her breath caught in her throat. Finn looked up quickly, and realized why. No, he thought. Oh no. 2,000,000. The The Toydarian shouted, "Any more beds?" No, Avaryss growled under her breath. "Damn it." "Going once." "Damn," Avaryss hissed. "Going twice." She looked at her pad. Impotently, she knew she couldn't. Finn helped her back to her seat. She was fuming. "Sold." The crowd looked up, shocked by the high bid, but quickly looked away. They all knew better. The bid had come from one of the VIP boxes, one empty when Finn and company had arrived. It was occupied by 3 Zackle knights. Hut space was technically neutral after all. The man who purchased the keys smirked down at Finn and Avaryss, and in that moment, Finn realized he must have known who they were. How, he could not say. Yet, Finn knew it to be true. The buyer was Lennox Gull, the knight that had destroyed Vildora for Emperor Arkin. The Zackle now had one of the keys. Avaryss was practically shaken with rage. Finn could feel it through their connection. Black clouds rolling into the normally silver sheen of the force that surround the 2 dream friends. Gull and his 2 knights left quickly, no doubt rushing to speak with someone who could get him his prize. "We can't let this happen," Avaryss hissed under her breath. Finn, despite his Jedi training, let a bit of her rage wash over him. Letting it fill him up, he breathed it out quickly, but not before feeling a brief flash of it. Zackle could not be allowed to have those keys, any of them. "We can't let this happen," Avi repeated. Their group rose from their chair, following the fleeing knights. They needed to be careful. Huts took their neutrality seriously. Thought of Arkin, or his sister with those keys. If half of what Finn had heard. No. No. "We can't let this happen." The phrase echoed through the force bond between the 2 dream friends. Avi was almost shouting it through the force. "Don't worry," Finn promised her. "We won't." Chapter 36. The guards never knew what hit them. The 5 of them had stood on the docks of the Hutt sanctuary. 3 Gamorreans and 2 Weequay, the type of toughs that always gravitated to service within the Hutt clans. Dangerous, most definitely, but limited by their species and the hostility they brought to all things. A hint of a smile played over Avaryss' lips. Such thugs had their place. Emperor knew she had used such thugs in the past, but today, their savagery and brutality would not save them. They were lost. The game was over before it had even begun. They had left their posts, too far to reach the alarm, drawn out by the swirling call of their dreams, their eyes focused on the pleasures they could see, the rest of their senses dead to the galaxy. A simple spell, one from the earliest days of her training. Against another Sith, it wouldn't have worked, but against these toughs, it was perfect. Timon and Finn struck quickly, ghosts emerging from the shadows. Avaryss watched through the force. Finn took 3, the boy took 2, the guards were down, disabled before they could even grunt or hiss. Amazing, the Dark Lord thought. Glorious. Finn's skill amazed her, and left a warmth growing through her body. He was so fast and decisive, and Timon, under his guidance, was on the path to become more than Finn, more than even he could understand. Again, glorious. "It is done, your lordship." Terran's words echoed to her distantly, even though he stood only a few feet from her. The Dark Lord sighed. Yes, she thought. Time to come back to the physical world. She could see her body. It floated 5 feet above the soil. The casting circle that surrounded her glowed with blue-violet light. The ground inside unleashed of not only life, but death as well. Nothing would spring from it once she left. Everything that the ground could be, or might have been, was gone, absorbed into her. As it should be, she thought. All life exists to serve my power. Soon, the galaxy itself will learn that. Slowly, she pulled away from the shadow, away from the heart of darkness, the full seething power of the dark side. Back to the world of the mundane, of flesh and crude matter. A poor and necessary existence. As always, when she used her dark magic, when she came to that place, she didn't want to leave. The dark side was terrifying. It was like a beast. It stalked those who wielded it, held its teeth to their throats, and when it took you, that is when things really got interesting. It got into the bones and filled the body like a terrible disease, but it was also intoxicating, an abusive lover, someone who knew your body completely, every part of you, stimulated by his touch. It was someone who enjoyed your suffering, yet made sure you learned to enjoy that pain. It gave you moments of perfect bliss, ultimate pleasure. A sigh escaped her lips, the moment of letdown when the lover slipped from her body. The dark side was a disease that no Sith wished to be cured of. She could not remember where she heard those words, but they were as true today as when they were first spoken. She loved the dark side, and the power it gave. She never wished to part with it. Never. She settled to the ground and opened her eyes. Again, she found herself in the putrid swamps of Nal Hutta. Ugh. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Oh, how she hated this stinking world. When the galaxy was hers, she would likely purge this fetid swamp and the bloated denizens that called it paradise. Terran smiled down at her and offered her a hand up. She nodded and took it, surprised at how stiff she felt. The spell had been a matter of moments. Yet, it had required her to enter a trance. To touch the minds of multiple beings, to ensorcel them completely took effort. The mercenary gave her a cruel smirk. Not bad, he said. The guards didn't even realize what was going on. She gave him a tired smile. Why would they? I gave them their dreams. Why would anyone wish to interrupt that? He chuckled. The wonders of witchcraft, huh? Sorcery, she corrected him, the power that once made my ancestors kings of entire star systems. He said nothing more to that. Not that she blamed him. Terran, for all his desire and ambition, was not a Sith. He would never understand. Finn, however. Well, that would just take a little more time. The swamp speeder that they had acquired rumbled up to the dock. Sith and mercenary disembarked together. Timon and Finn stood waiting for them, the guards secured with a length of cable torn from one of the light poles on the dock. Avi snorted with distaste. It would have been easier just to kill them. They are no threat to us now, Avi, Finn reminded her. She sneered. Sometimes Finn's Jedi sentiment surprised her, made her wonder if he deserved her regard. You haven't saved them, you know. When we leave, their master will execute them for failing to stop us, and he will not be kind in that execution. Finn frowned. I'm aware of Hutt cruelty, her dream friend responded. So why? She inquired. He looked down at the bound guards. That doesn't mean we have to accept it. I would rather do this peacefully if the Hutt gives us what we want, but if he doesn't. Finn shrugged. Who knows, he might not be around to punish these poor creatures. Avaryss blinked and smiled. There it is, she thought. That hint of what he might become. That is why she desired him. Timon came up to them. The docks are secure, masters. I've disabled all holocams and alarms on the outside of the structure at least. Finn smiled at him. Well done, Timon. Indeed, Avaryss added. She reached into a pouch on her belt, drawing out a small holo map, and flicked on showing them a diagram of the inside of the dwelling. We should probably split up, draw off attention to any one entrance. There is a small loading bay, just to the right there. Finn, you and Timon could slip in there. Terran, to the left is a service entrance to the speeders. I've acquired an access code for that door. You should be able to enter through there. And where are you going to be? Terran asked. Avaryss smirked. I'm coming in through the front door, of course. If I'm not wrong. I'm expected. Her words surprised Finn. They know you are coming. Yes, she replied. How? Finn asked, his concern for her radiating out through the Force. She smiled sadly. I know, because this has all been for me. The auction, us finding out about it. The key being sold to the Zakuul. Her smile turned cold. I know because I've waited a long time for this revenge. I have waited just as long as the Hutt inside. You know him? Timon asked. Yes, Avi answered. Nero the Hutt. Yes, she knew him. After the auction she had returned to her room and contacted Vaga the Hutt immediately. Avaryss was still fuming. She didn't like to lose. On top of that, she felt a slight disturbance in the Force. It poked at her like an annoying child, yet refused to reveal itself. As she had waited for the Hutt's response, Finn had been on the comlink with someone. Tara Valentine, she supposed. After their brief encounter with the Zakuul at the auction, an encounter that suggested that they had been recognized. Avaryss frowned. The night would do nothing on the smuggler's moon, but that didn't mean that they were safe. Lennox Gold could just as easily hire bounty hunters and assassins, people that could act on an AR shadow. If that was the case, they didn't have much time. Yet, Avaryss knew she would need to wait for Vaga's response. The Hutt's contacts were what they needed now. He could find out who had the key, and where it might be found. It would not be easy to convince him to tell her where it was. Hutts didn't betray Hutts, not openly, and not on Nal Hutta. If the seller was another Hutt, it would be expensive to get Vaga to give him up. Very expensive. So, while Avaryss had waited by the hypercom, the group had prepared for a quick exit. The Dark Lord had expected a wait of at least 4 hours. That was about average for a Hutt. This was their world after all. No Hutt moved fast for an outsider, especially not on Hutta and the Smuggler's Moon. At just under the 2-hour mark, Vaga had contacted her, not one of his underlings, but the Hutt himself. Such a quick response surprised her, but not as much as the Hutt's first words to her. No introduction, no hello, little Sith. No Vaga wasted no time on formalities. Young Nero has your toy, little Sith. He is back in his old residence. Vaga had given that cruel wide smile that Hutt crime lords were so famous for. I trust you know what to do with this information. Avaryss had smiled then, a predatory cruel smile. Yes, Lord Vaga, she replied. She didn't know what to do with such information. She knew, very well. It was all about revenge. Finn frowned as he and TM made their way around the Hutt's domed residence. Though wary of any guards, they quickly reached their destination. The Jedi pursed his lips. He didn't like this, not one bit. It had not taken long for Avaryss to gather what she needed for this mission. As soon as she had gotten off the holo with the Hutt, she had contacted someone she said could help, a Gato living on the Smuggler's Moon, one of her most reliable contacts. This Gato, a tailor by trade, had only needed an hour to gather what Avaryss had needed. It was information had looked into for Avaryss in the past, but had abandoned it when the Hutt they sought had fled Nal Hutta. Now he was back, and Avi's revenge was back on. According to both the crime lord Vaga and the tailor Feltapern Trevag, Nero the Hutt had been selling the key they sought, and not only that, but that he had been hunting for information on Avaryss before the sale. Had he known she sought the key? How that could be, neither Avaryss, not her contacts could be sure, but one thing was certain. The Hutt had known. All of this whole sale and trip, was likely a trap. The Hutt capacity to hold a grudge was legendary. A capacity that, perhaps only the Sith Lords matched, and considering what he was feeling through his connection to Avi, well, things were not going well, no, not well at all. Not that he didn't understand why she was doing this. Before they had set out, she had told them the story of her first meeting with this Nero. Avaryss had first met the Hutt years ago, during her investigation into the rogue Jedi conspiracy that had threatened her empire. Back then, Nero had been working with Sidar Ben, brother to Finn's master. The Hutt had tried to trick Avi, use her to start a conflict between the Sith and the Hutt cartel. She had seen through the ruse, though, and managed to strike her own deal. Nero had been forced to flee, and had only recently returned to Hutta, having finally bribed all the right members of the cartel. That didn't mean the other Hutts had forgotten, certainly not the one that Nero had tried to use Avi to assassinate. This Vaga the Hutt had given them what they needed to land on Hutta safely, and promised to shield them from any reprisals, provided that Nero be dealt with. That should have been it. Get in, deal with the Hutt, and find the key. Yet, that wasn't their only problem. This wasn't just the matter of the Hutt wanting revenge, Avi did too. Finn could feel that desire burning through their connection. A sensation that he felt only more sharply after she had used that Sith spell to deal with Nero's guards. A cold shiver ran down Finn's spine. He didn't like her dependence on the dark side, and he didn't like what it did to her. It had taken all his self-control not to recoil when she and Terran had arrived. That spell, it had left its mark on her. It looked like she had not slept in a month. her eyes red-rimmed and glowing like amber fires, her cheeks bruised and sunken in. In the dim light, it had looked like she had aged 20 years in minutes. He worried about her, and worried about how unconcerned she was about the damage that the power she wielded did to her body. It is who she is, his conscience reminded him. It was how she was trained, the world she inhabits. You did not change that. Finn's eyes narrowed. Well, we will just see about that. He couldn't stop her using the dark side, but he could offer her something more. She craved power, as all Sith did, but that wasn't the only thing she wanted. Finn knew what she wanted. He could feel it through their bond. Desire. Need. If he was being honest, it was something he wanted as well, to finally give in. He had always held back because of the Jedi teachings, the sense of control that the Masters had drilled into him. He pursed his lips. Maybe it was time. Perhaps, to save the galaxy, to save the one he was bound to, he would need to let go of that control, or at least loosen his grip upon it. Would that be enough, he wondered? Could he reach Avi, pull her out of the darkness and into a place more in the middle? Could he offer her more than power? Could they, be like everyone else in the galaxy? Could they be happy? What he had seen tonight had only strengthened his resolve to help her. He would continue to work on Agony, get her to trust him, and, perhaps, help him. Yet, he could do more. It was risky. He didn't doubt that. After their first encounter on Hoth, he had spoken with Master Jazz about her, wondered if it would be possible to save her, bring her into the light. Master Jazz's response had been one of caution. Was it possible? Sure, but you couldn't just rip someone from the grip of the dark side. During the war, the Jedi had turned several Dark Lords to the light, but it wasn't something that could be forced. The Lords that had come back, something in them, they had wanted to come into the light. Timon's grandfather had been a Dark Lord, a general. His son's choices during the war, and his eventual death had finally got through to the old pure blood. That love and pride between father and son had freed the old man of the dark side. Could Avi be saved the same way? Maybe. Finn shook his head. Why did this have to be so damn complicated? Why were emotions so hard to grasp? Avi was Sith, she should have been his enemy, but she was also Avi, the girl he had grown up with. They had dreamed their whole childhoods together. Master. Finn blinked. Timon was standing before the door, the half-blood's eyes filled with concern. Are we going to do this, Master? Finn took a deep breath and let it out, letting go of his confusion, or perhaps simply putting it away for now. He would think about Avi later. Now, he was needed in the here and now. They had a hut to deal with. He looked at his student. I'm ready, TM, he said, drawing his lightsaber. Let's do this. Avi stood before the door to Nero's dwelling. She was breathing hard, her vision tinged with red. A snarl escaped her lips as she played the mental game she played before every fight. Focusing on her hate, her memory of the hut and his many insults all those years ago. She held her lightsaber, but had not ignited it, not yet. She looked at the armored door with disdain. Part of her wanted to tear it from its hinges, fling it into the hut's audience chamber. She took another slow breath. No, caution was better. If the hut had drawn her here, he likely had a plan, best to proceed with caution, draw out any surprises, and let her allies help her in dealing with them. The spell she had cast earlier had masked the presence of Finn and the others. If anyone was watching the holocams, they would see only her emerge from the jungle. A hidden blade in the back of an enemy could be very useful. She raised her hand, and with the force triggered the door. It slid up with barely a hiss. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, stepped inside. She walked with her head high, straight into the main audience chamber. The dwelling might have very well been her own. The hut's court was smaller than she remembered. In the dark she could see few thugs sitting in the alcoves along the wall. They all looked up as she arrived. She smiled up at the central dais. Hello, Nero, she called out. It has been some time. The hut had not changed much in the years since she had last seen him. Slimmer than most Hutts, with deep yellow skin spotted with green. His small muscular arms rested on his belly. Larger saucer-sized blue eyes regarded her coldly, the data monocle he wore flashing data, like some droid's HUD, feeding information directly to his master. Nero belched loudly. He didn't seem the least bit surprised to see her here. It was at that moment that a large ugly human stepped out of the shadows, his greasy blonde hair slicked back against his skull. Avaryss sneered. She remembered this one. He had been at the auction, and had been in this very hall years ago during her hunt for Side Darben's Jedi conspiracy. The man bowed. Lord Avaryss of the Sith. Yes. Darth Avaryss, she corrected him, formerly of the Dark Council. Of course, the man replied, I am Tom Istrus, Major Domo of the Splendid Nero. I remember, she said, using the force to gently push the lackey out of the way. She glared up at his master. You have something that I want, Nero. A Sith artifact you sold to Zakul. She gave him a wicked smile. I'll be taking that item now. Nero did something that she didn't expect. The Hutt laughed. His entourage laughed as well, though more nervously than their master. They knew what an angry Sith could do if provoked, and Avaryss was just a few steps past mere anger. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. Nero turned to his major domo. Fierce whore thinks much of herself, doesn't she, servant? Istrus wisely didn't respond, though he kept his eye on Avaryss, likely to see if he needed to run. Acting as his master's translator, the man spoke up. Splendid Nero believes you are mistaken. Your lordship, we have nothing. Spare me, worm, Avaryss spat in perfect Huttese. She turned back to his master. She had never learned to speak the language herself, but it, like her flying skills, had once been possessed by the Jedi whose body she now inhabited. Yet, another gift the fool girl had left her. The Hutt was surprised that she could speak his tongue. She gave him a wicked smile. She could do more than just speak it. Avaryss called Nero the worst curse word she could think of, demanding that he turn over the key to her. To turn it over, or die squealing. The slug sat up, his eyes narrowing. The Dark Lord sneered. She had hoped that would get his attention. In basic, the curse literally translated to slender one, something that the size-oriented Hutts considered the most offensive of insults. The effect on Nero was as she had hoped. He leaned forward, his purple tongue wetting his lips with brown slime. Do you know who you speak with, whore? Sure I do, she grinned, a tiny insignificant worm. The Hutt puffed up and raised his hand. The Sith stepped back, her lightsaber in hand, ready to deal with the thugs and retainers. They didn't move. The real threat seemed to materialize out of thin air. Avaryss looked around in surprise. There were 6 of them, all clad in black bodysuits with slate-gray armor. Helmets with faceless masks made them almost distinguishable from each other. All were armed with a different melee weapon. Vibro whip, vibro daggers, force pike, steel vibro saber staff, light whip, and an electro staff. The 6 began to circle her. Their presence in the force filled her senses. Like 6 dark voids, drawing from her, they might as well have been shadows, rather than people. All 6 bore the sigil of the Sith Empire, that and the mark of the Dark Council. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Sith assassins all, but not the kind used in the army. These were elites, the hand of vengeance for the Dark Council. She knew how dangerous they could be. Shortly after joining the council, she had used a team of them to eliminate one of the Sith warriors that her late master had trusted to run one of the Purse worlds in the Zahn system. Now, they were here. She looked at Nero. The Hutt watched eagerly, hungry to see her bleed. She glared at him. Darth Acina has been generous to you. The Hutt didn't answer, though from behind him, deep in the shadows, another voice did, a familiar voice. Acina didn't send these men, master. I did. Avaryss' golden eyes narrowed. She knew that voice. She sighed. Why was she not surprised? The pale-skinned moon with golden eyes stepped out the darkness and stood beside the Hutt's major domo. He was dressed, not in the robes of the order, but the fine clothes of a business being from Monolith or Scipio. Black coat with matching leggings, white shimmer silk shirt with the golden waistcoat. The only link to his former allegiance was the lightsaber he wore on his belt. The blade that she had presented him with, after he defeated his fellow acolytes in the Valley of the Dark Lord's back on Korriban. A snarl escaped her lips. She should have known. Dime, she hissed, her lips pulled back like an angry Tukida. The moon smirked at her, showing the black stained teeth common among the influential of his people. "Hello, Master Avaryss," he said with a slight bow, his eyes flickering with savage joy. "Welcome to your death." Chapter 37. The assassins continued to circle, their weapons at the ready. A ring of death, shifting like a lethal tide. Avaryss had never sensed a Sith assassin as it went about his business before. She had never had an opportunity to, until now. They were like voids in the Force. She could sense the hunger they felt, and the pull upon her. They drank deep of her power, draining it like a leech, their own powers growing as the feeding continued. As a Darth, her connection to the dark side was strong, and the power at her disposal almost limitless, but with 6 feeding at once. Her eyes narrowed. It didn't look good. Distantly she could hear the spirit of her master laughing. Darth Fear would have been more than amused by her current predicament. "It is over, my child. You shall die at the hands of these pawns," directed by a failed apprentice. The mighty Darth Avaryss, hero of the Empire, finally brought low. "Silence, master," she nearly hissed out loud. "Go back to your grave and leave me alone." She could almost see the Dark Lord's arrogant smirk. "You will be joining me shortly in a grave, dear daughter. I shall await your arrival." The cackling, amused voice of her late master left her thoughts, but that didn't change what had been said, nor the fact that he was correct. This was not good. If she didn't come up with something quick, she was dead. She looked up at the dais, at the 3 beings there. Nero the Hutt and his major domo, Tom Istris. Both watched with curiosity and a sense of hope. They knew the kind of damage a Sith could do. They knew what would happen if she escaped the 6 killers that now ringed her. Just behind the Hutt stood Dime, her Muin apprentice. His presence here surprised her, but it shouldn't have. She had known that he had disappeared in Hutt space, and her agents had confirmed that rather than continue to serve her house and the Empire, he had chosen to enter into business with the cartel, carving out his own niche in the criminal underworld. Vices were sought out now, more than ever in the galaxy. People looking to escape the uncertainty of these troubled times. Fear of the Zakul and the unknown future drew people to many illicit pursuits. Dime had been profiting greatly from that, or so her agents had informed her. Hearing that disgusted her. Didn't the fool realize that if she was successful, their house would rule the Empire and the galaxy? He had had one job: seek out any information that he could find on Hikita's keys. Yet, he had chosen to ally with the slugs, to work against her will. Maybe he had believed he had no choice. That true power would never be his. The Empire's discrimination against any Sith that wasn't human or of the old blood was legendary. Why not seek out a new power base for himself? Still, that didn't explain his presence here. She understood, but his presence here, why? Why risk interfering in her business now? He had left the Sith behind, and she had come to view him as a loose end, something to be dealt with later, after the Zakul had been smashed and her place in the Empire restored. Her frown deepened. It seems that had been an error on her part. The Muin's successes had made him impudent and arrogant, but still to test himself against his master, one who had achieved a position on the Dark Council. Foolish, she might have said, but now, surrounded by killers in his employ. Dime wasn't a fool, or at least she had thought that before this moment. The dark side was strong in him, so strong that the Sith had taken him in and allowed him to study on Korriban. Not a bad accomplishment for a lawyer from Moonlist. She met his gaze, her cold eyes boring into his. "I don't suppose we can discuss this like reasonable people, apprentice." Dime sneered down at her. "This is not about reason, my master. It is about our house, a proper Sith house. One not divided by weak leadership and dreams of glory, but a clear vision of the future. In the hands of one who knows how best to move our interests forward, who is prepared to take the next step into a larger world." Weak leadership, she hissed. I'm guessing that you are referring to me. If the boot fits, my lord, he said with a shrug. And yours fits perfectly. A snarl escaped her lips, but she didn't attack, not yet. She was stalling, giving Finn and the others time to get into position. This fight would not be an easy one. Even if she and Finn split the assassins up, it would still be a tough battle. Timon wasn't a match for such an opponent, not yet. Add in Dime and the Hutt's bully boys, the odds were not in their favor. Tara might have been a wild card in her favor, but still, she was not one to back down. Keep them talking. Stall. Finn will make his move when the time was right. Dime had always enjoyed the sound of his own voice. She could use that to her advantage. She sneered up at her former student. Tell me, did you contact Acina yourself? Or was this Hutt already looking for a chance to pay me back for what happened years ago? Dime smirked, his black teeth making his pale bald head look like a death's head skull. Oh, the Empress has no knowledge of this, not yet. As for the Hutts, well, can you really blame the cartel for wishing you dealt with my master? The last time you were on an AR Shadow, you set a blaze that destroyed an entire district, thousands killed, millions of credits worth of damage, not to mention all the merchandise that the Hutt clans lost in that fire. Dime shook his head. The great Nero recognizes that delivering the one responsible for such a loss will earn him great prestige with his fellows. As for the assassins you now face, well, they were simply hidden on the smuggler's moon. The Empire is moving around its remaining assets to make it harder for the invaders to target them. The moon gestured to the ring of death that currently surrounded her. These assassins don't desire much, merely the order of a Dark Lord, and a target to test their skills on. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. At least Acina wasn't actively pursuing her yet. Dime chuckled evilly. I knew you would come if I laid out the right bait. You always preferred to handle matters yourself, didn't you? Avaryss sneered back. Unlike you, who never liked to get your hands dirty. The moon shrugged. Still, you have disappointed me. I thought you would, at least, have brought the whore and the necrophile with you. He shook his head. Now I must waste my time tracking them down. I will suffer no rivals for the command of my new house. A wise decision, Avaryss agreed, though I am not dead yet. Yet, he reminded her. The Dark Lord glared up at him. I am not so easy to kill, apprentice. Nero belched and stared down at her. What are you waiting for, Muin? Give the order, deal with the piece of froth right now. Soon enough, mighty one, he promised. Avaryss sneered. She risked a glance at the passageway that led to where Finn and Timon would be coming from. Surely they must have been inside by now. They had to see what was going on. Why were they not coming to her aid? She didn't doubt her dream friend. Taran might have seen what was going on and fled, not that she blamed him. The odds were not in their favor, but a Jedi protected those that needed it, did they not? That was weakness of their order, and Avaryss only needed a few seconds to turn the tide. Stall, she thought to herself. Keep on stalling. She returned her attention to the moon. You won't face me yourself, Dime. At least extend the most common of courtesies, and try to kill me yourself, as a true apprentice should. Again he gave her that arrogant smirk. She would have loved to have pounded it off his face. Honor is a fool's prize, isn't that what you taught me, master? As for your imminent death, it can go two ways. Quick or painful, it matters little to me. I'm listening, she replied. What do you want? As the one who defeated you, I deserve to possess all that you did. You shifted many of your assets around, even before your defeat on Fallis. I will have all the accounts that you possess, and any secrets that you have hidden away. Your holocron is mine as well. I would have it, to make sure any knowledge that I might be missing is mine as well. Is that all? She asked sarcastically. And he added quickly, you will tell me what you have been planning this last year. These trinkets you have been hunting, these keys. You will show me what makes them so important, why you desire them. Your plan may yet prove useful to me and the Empire. I will be a hero for bringing it back to the Empress. Avaryss almost burst out laughing. Fat chance, Councilor. The fool. If that was so, you would not have sold one of the keys to the Zakuul. I would have advised you to keep it in your hands. She sighed and shook her head. It is more valuable than the millions of credits the Zakuul offer, believe me. Dime chuckled. Again, you underestimate me, my master. We did not sell your precious toy to the invaders. After you dispatched me here to help seek them out, I managed to slice into your private data banks, downloaded a description of the item you sought. He straightened, proudly glaring down at her. It was easy enough to construct an item that looks like the ones you seek. Add in a little dark side energy, and a capstone similar to what we use in holocrons, and... The moon smiled wickedly. I wonder how long it will take before the Zakuul realize that they have been cheated. Perhaps they will assume the item is just locked, or that they need the others to bring the device to full functionality. Regardless, it doesn't matter. While they seek to understand what they have in hand, it will give me time to locate the others. From there I will be able to turn the power within them to the glory of the Empire, and myself, of course. The Dark Lord considered what her soon-to-be late student was saying. She hated to admit it, but she was impressed. She had never considered the idea of making a false key for her enemies to find. Dime was not wrong, who knew how much the Zakuul had gotten from Mayor's archivist. Let the enemy take all the time in the galaxy trying to access the fake. It would give her more time to find the real ones. At least, the third key was still lost, safe in the galaxy, it would be found. She was certain. She looked upon Dime with a grudging growing respect. She had never shared her fellow Sith's discriminating view against aliens and their order. Yes, humans and purebloods had a great capacity for the dark side, but that didn't mean that other species couldn't stand as their equals. It didn't matter how many hearts you had, only that they were filled with hate. It didn't matter what color your blood was, as long as the dark side could pump through your veins. Dime had definitely proved that today. Cunning, betrayal, manipulation, the moon proved that he was worthy to be called a Sith. Had this betrayal been directed at another Sith, she would have honored him. Hell, she would have been tempted to name her first apprentice. Yet, he had betrayed her. He needed to die for that. She again risked another glance at the hall where Timon and Finn should be ready to emerge. Again, she saw nothing. She almost cursed. What was taking so damn long? Come on, Finn. Anytime now. She reached out with the Force, trying to sense her dream friend. It was a risk, but as the assassins drew closer, she. Avaryss' eyes widened. No. It couldn't be. No. She sensed Finn's presence, and Timon's too. The two were retreating, heading back out the way they had come. They kept their presence in the forest small, hiding from the assassins, but she could sense it. She knew it. She shot a glance at the assassins, feeding off her anger that was now tinged with disbelief and a growing despair. Finn isn't coming, she realized. He left. He left me here to die. He. A small squeak escaped her lips. He had abandoned me. Again, she heard Fear's voice. The triumph in it was unmistakable. Now, my dear, you are dead. Dime picked up on it as well, her growing sense of despair. The few times they had trained together linking them to a limited degree. Your end is here, my lord, he said. Tell me what I need to preserve my house so that your work need not die with you. He drew his lightsaber from his belt, the one she had gifted him after his final trial on Korriban. It truly is for the good of the Empire. Avaryss had only partially heard him, his voice coming from a great distance. She. Finn. He abandoned her. He betrayed her. He betrayed her. Had this been the plan all along? Had Master Jazz ordered her dream friend to stand by her until the moment the battle they faced would be unwinnable? Had he intended for her to die fighting their mutual enemies? Another Sith would have done it, but Finn. No. In that moment, she felt it. That all-annihilating rage that first come over her years ago outside the Lilas family farm. That desire to destroy everything and everyone. Her heart pounded in her ears, her left eye twitched. She gripped her lightsaber so tightly that it would likely have finger marks in the hilt. The world turned red. Through her rage, the heart of darkness opened. The dark side offering visions of the future. The assassins overwhelming her. Her fighting her way through them, only to emerge badly injured and be finished off by Dime. She saw herself killing the Muin first, blasting him with lightning or spell, only to be struck down by the ring of weapons before her. No way out, she realized. None. Betrayal. Betrayal. Death. In that moment, she was not a person. She was not even sentient. She was a hungry beast, an animal that would tear off its own foot to escape a trap. An animal eager for blood and death. Her life was about to end, but it wouldn't end alone. She would take some of her killers with her. A sad end to a great destiny, and all because the Jedi had betrayed her. Sad. Pointless. Through the red haze of her fury she saw Dime, and Dime alone. He did this. He set this trap. A brilliant move, but don't trap what you can't kill. It would not make the same mistake. It would kill all. In that moment, she saw a twinge of fear in her former student, the very sight of him filling her with fury. In that moment, had she been able to explode like a fission bomb, she would have detonated and took everyone in this room with her. And if she could get Finn and Timon too, so be it. Enough of this, Master, the Muin shouted, his voice cracking. Tell me what I wish to know now. She was beyond words, she snarled, igniting her lightsaber. Traitor. Dime gestured. The assassin surged forward. And in that moment, a single word filled Avaryss' mind. Down. The word barely penetrated the haze of fury, but it did. She dropped to the ground and... Ka-boom! The western wall of the hut's residence exploded. Chunks of duracrete flew through the air. The three assassins with their backs to the wall were thrown forward. Two managed to raise force shields, protect themselves from the debris and shock wave. They rolled to their feet. The third hit the wall hard, breaking every bone in his body. He died instantly. Avaryss sensed it, but could do little else. She was deafened by the explosion. Calling on the dark side, she found her feet, blade in hand. Through the cloud of dust and debris, blaster fire filled the chamber. Blaster fire and the light of lightsaber blades. Blues, greens, and reds, the light and dark filled the chamber. She had no time to think about what was going on. She was under attack. Two of the assassins swarmed her, their weapons crackling and snapping. A light whip cracked in her face, sending her falling back. Its tip barely missing her right eye, while its coil nearly wrapped around her right arm. She pulled it away quickly, nearly losing her weapon, and her arm for the second time. The whip whirled and circled, trying to take one of her limbs, and all the while the assassin with daggers worked her defenses. The whip went high, he went low. The whip went low, he went high. Avaryss dropped deep into the Force, giving herself over to the dark side and the skill of Sarisu. The defender style wove a perfect defense, buying her time, giving her options. All around them soldiers, assassins and the Hutt's thugs clashed. Dime sent a blast of force lightning at one of the Crimson Blade wielders. That wielder, Lord Agony, caught the blast with her lightsaber. Before she could engage Avaryss' fool apprentice, another of the assassins cut her off. Agony didn't retreat. She met the killer blade upon blade, giving herself over to her own rage and hate. From his place on the dais, Nero the Hutt roared like an enraged rancor. The creature leaned back on his heavily muscled tail and sprang down with more speed than the Dark Lord would have credited the Hutt with. He crashed down on two of the attacking soldiers, crushing them with his girth, and then whirled around his tail, striking both one of the soldiers and one of Dime's assassins, sending both flying. Wielding a vibro axe, the Hutt roared as blaster fire struck him, his heavy flesh and muscle preventing a killing shot. A warning in the Force caused Avaryss to spin to the right. Another assassin, this one wielding a force pike, just missed striking her in the small of the back. Now facing three killers, she found herself with her back to the wall. The smoke-filled air filled with screams and the stench of death. Pew! The air flashed as the assassin closest to the hole in the wall, the one wielding the light whip, lost a good third of his head. His weapon fell from his hands as he toppled over, struck by a shot from a high-powered sniper blaster. Through the Force, Avaryss could sense another familiar presence, Major Galadriel, Gillylock, known to the others in Survivor Squad as Sunner, their sniper for almost 2 decades. She could almost see the woman now, sighting in on another target of opportunity. "You're welcome, Sith," the woman muttered in her nest. Avaryss grinned and engaged the 2 assassins, the death of their fellow making them hesitate. It was all the chance she needed. The battle was turning. The Dark Lord couldn't believe it, but Survivor Squad were here, all of them. They had come to the rescue. How, she wondered. And more importantly, why? Why risk themselves for her? The last of the assassins found himself pinned between Shire Veal and Zen Lure, both Jedi and Sith harried the killer, giving him no chance to fade into the shadows and escape. Timon had joined with Agony, the 2 of them holding one of the passage entrances, cutting of the surge of Hutt thugs. Weequay, Gamorrean, and Aqualish found themselves pinned behind a red and blue wall of spinning death. Terran had come back too. He joined the fray next to Colonel Capistan of all people, the old soldier barking orders as he blasted down thugs. "Target those assassins," he called out. "Keep them busy, and away from our Force wielders." The assassin with the daggers lunged towards Avaryss once again. She danced out of the way, while the one wielding the Force pike ducked. Another shot from Major Locke flashed over his head, missing him. Yet, in escaping the blast, he had left himself vulnerable. Avaryss stepped forward and slashed him across the chest. The killer stumbled and fell. That left the one with the Force pike to deal with. Avaryss pressed the attack, pushing him back. Assassins were powerful and dangerous, but they were not frontline fighters. They liked hitting the target before he or she realized they were there. That was their weakness. Darth Avaryss was comfortable on the front line. She chopped and slashed viciously at the killer. He was alone, and it was only a matter of time now. She smiled wickedly. She was going to enjoy this. Die Jedi. Finn barely had time to move when the massive Hutt roared and lunged in his direction. He tumbled out of the way as the creature came down and whirled around, its tail whipping towards him, capable of breaking every bone in his body. Finn flipped over the tail, came down into a roll, and bounded back to his feet. Nero slashed at him with his vibro axe. He met the weapon with his lightsaber and blasted the Hutt with light side lightning. Nero didn't even try to avoid it. The Hutt was used to his body protecting him. Multiple blaster shots had already scarred his huge form, doing only cosmetic damage. Light side lightning, also known as Force Judgment, did more than burn the body. It illuminated the soul. The more corrupt the being, the worse the damage. Nero the Hutt was a very corrupt being. His whole frame shook under the assault. The Hutt wailed in agony. Finn felt a desire to continue the attack, to leave the crime lord an empty, burned-out vessel, but he was not that cruel. Most Jedi frowned on the use of Force Judgment. It had been developed early in the Order's history to compel Dark Jedi to face their sins, to feel the pain of their victims. Yet, the Council acknowledged it could also be used for torture, and discouraged the study of the art, even now, in a time when the dark side, and his followers, were at war with the Order. Both Zen and Avi had felt the effects of his lightning. They wouldn't admit it, but they feared what it did, and so, he was cautious as well in giving into it. Cutting his lightning, he swept in with his lightsaber. Nero, enraged beyond reason from the pain of his burning spirit, swept in again with his axe. Finn ducked beneath his strike, and spun twice, his blade finding its mark. The first slit opened the Hutt's belly, the second caught him across the throat. Finn spun away, his blue blade at the ready, but it was no longer necessary. Nero the Hutt, the one they had come to stop, slumped on the floor of his ruined residence. His blue eyes bulging out, his brown tongue lolling from his dead form. Finn took a shuddering breath. The Hutt had killed 3 of their men. He had had the power to make sure that it killed no more. He had done it. He was not proud, but he didn't need to be. What was done was done. He took another cleansing breath. Justice be done. Avaryss felt his presence even as she ended the life of the last assassin. A sense of the familiar, back from when they first met back on Korriban. Dim had not fought for his lightsaber then either. he had chosen to backstab his final rival. She had allowed him his victory then, impressed by his cunning. She was not so impressed now. She spun around, catching the Muin's blade with hers. She powered him back, switching to Makashi, the duelist style. Daim retreated. He tried to meet her strikes with a combination of Jim-So and Makashi. The two Sith danced back across the chamber. Avaryss remained focused on the fight, but still, she knew the fight had swung fully into the favor of her survivor allies. The assassins were down, freeing up the Jedi and Sith in the group to deal with the remaining enforcers. Skilled they may have been, but not much for those with the Force. To their credit, the survivors were not taking any prisoners. The group could not afford to leave any witnesses. A Republic force, even an independent militia like the survivors, acting on Nal Hutta was a huge violation of treaty. The Republic couldn't risk a war with the Hutt cartel. It was better to deal with the enemy, make sure that no one knew they were here. As for Daim, the Muin didn't bother begging or trying to talk his way out of this. He fought her savagely, giving in to his rage and hate. He held nothing back. His skill was great, but that was not unexpected for one trained on Korriban. The Dark Lord toyed with him, letting hopelessness and defeat set in. She was savoring the turn of events. Let him feel despair. Let him know he was lost. Let him. The Muin snarled and thrust his hand forward. Avaryss put up her shield, realizing too late that she had not been the Muin's target. A frag mine laying on the body of a dead Aqualish leaped into the air, his activator switch triggered by the Force. The Force screamed a warning, but Avaryss had no time to escape. The mine detonated. Avaryss cried out as shrapnel tore through her right arm and shoulder. Her right leg buckling as hot metal tore through something important. The Force shielded her from the killing blow, but she collapsed to the floor, howling in pain. Daim was on her in seconds, his eyes wild with rage. He no longer cared about her holding or the Empire. He just wanted her dead. He chopped down on her, once, twice, 3 times. She dodged, but she was reaching the limits of her endurance. Only one chance left. The Dark Lord drew on the pain, and with it, she reached out with the Force. She cast a spell. The Force manifested as she blew out an angry breath. She spat freezing cold into the face of the treacherous Muin. He staggered back, losing his lightsaber. Avaryss lay panting on the floor, watching him, her lips blue, and her teeth chattering from the intense cold she had summoned from her own body. Daim staggered and fell to the floor, his body convulsing. As Avaryss watched the cold spread from his head and down, his veins turning to rivers of ice. It took only a few moments, but then it was over. She smiled weakly. Daim lay on the floor of the Hutt's chamber, his body frozen solid. The fire in his golden eyes faded as they too froze up, his features a mask of shock and pain. Distantly she could still hear blaster fire, the fight finally winding down. Yet, she only had eyes for her former apprentice, the first to try to kill her, and the first to fail. She offered him a brief thanks. Despite his failings, he had proven what she believed about alien Sith to be true, and he had given a false key to the Zakuul. A useful deception that bought her valuable time. Who knew, perhaps Arcan would abandon his search for the keys if he believed the fake was real, and was simply powerless. She wasn't sure she was that lucky, but still, she could dream. Avi. Agony came to her, her friend suffering from a cut across the face. She likely needed medical attention, as did the Dark Lord herself. "I'm here, my friend," she gasped. "I still live." Agony sighed with relief. She had to be in incredible pain, but had still worried about her friend and sometime lover. Avaryss was touched. "Survivors," Colonel Capistan called out, "set the charges and fall back to the ships. We are out of here in 10. "Better make it 5, Chris," Gillylock said, running up to him. "We have ships incoming, Hutt security." The soldier nodded grimly. "You all heard, Sonner. Fall back, we are gone in 5. "Sir." "Yes, sir." Avaryss tried to make it to her feet. Agony was there, as always, helping her up. Her right leg felt stiff and burned like a funeral pyre, but she could move it. Avi glanced at Finn. She could sense his concern. Her earlier sense of abandonment was gone. In its place was confusion. What was going on? Why were the other survivors here? A question she would be able to answer later. For now, she looked over her shoulder, looking down at the Muin's frozen body. She reached out with the force. She pulled his lightsaber to her. It was no longer his. She had someone else in mind to give it to, provided she survived her mission. She looked up at a damaged overhead light. It rocked back and forth above the floor. Again, she reached out with the force. The chain snapped. The light fell. It fell on the Muin's frozen form. Crash! Dime's body shattered as metal struck it. Pink frozen shards scattered across the chamber, even cutting the body of the fallen Hud dead before his own dais. Avaryss suppressed a smirk. Farewell, Councilor. The purging of House Avaryss had begun. Dime had potential, but he had died a perfect failure. Unfortunate, but necessary. Avaryss almost laughed. Extinction to all who oppose her. Dime was the first, but
he would not be the last. Chapter 38. Her right arm was a mess. Avaryss sighed as she shifted on the medical bed, the smart mattress reconfiguring to her body, keeping her both comfortable and in one place. Clad in nothing but a hospital gown, with the exception of her ensorcelled choker, of course. Her bloody clothes lay folded on the floor beside her. Both her lightsaber, and the one she had taken from Dime, lay atop them. Much to the medical people's displeasure. Not that she had cared in the least. She had refused to be parted from the weapons. The doctor had assured her she was safe, but she hadn't listened. If he wished to do his duty, she would have her weapons nearby. In the end he had relented, though he had left her in the care of his equipment while he went to check on his other patients. Though unskilled in the medical arts, the Dark Lord recognized that what she was seeing, the machines that surrounded her, were all top of the line. Expensive tech, she thought to herself. Though she shouldn't have been surprised. She had recognized the logo on these ships. It was not the first time she had seen it, but this was the first time riding in one. Her brow furrowed. One mystery solved at least. She now knew how the survivors had landed on Hutta undetected, and how they intended to flee. The only question now was, how the survivors gained access to such ships. They certainly hadn't been sitting around back in the hangars of Survivor Base. Had Capistan and the others hijacked them? It didn't seem their style, or fit in with the heroic history of the legendary Survivor Squad. Still, war did strange things to people. Who knew what the Colonel and his men were truly capable of? She once again regarded her injury, the one she could see, at least. Her arm was stretched out before her, burnt red from the heat of the frag mine, with chunks of meat blasted out of it. Torn and shredded, she could see bits of the metal embedded in her burned flesh, her skin sticky with blood, colto spray and sweat. The wound didn't look good. She shook her head, trying not to think about what was likely coming next. She couldn't feel her fingers. The doctor had sprayed her arm with something that was supposed to numb the pain, and then attached some kind of device to her fingers. It used electrical impulses, he said, stopping any signals from the nerves. She tried not to look at the laser saw sitting across from her. Having lost an arm once, she didn't really like to think about what the doctor would say when he came back. She frowned. My new body, she thought morosely. My perfect, healthy, new body. Not so perfect anymore, and soon, to be, incomplete. She closed her eyes, cursing silently. Damn you, Dime. The Muin should have been honored. He was likely the first to die by that particular spell in almost 1,000 years. The spell, its name loosely translated as the Cold Hate, had been one of several spells she had gleaned from the forgotten tomb on Korriban. Still, his death didn't change what damage had been done. Damn you, Nero. Fen had killed the Hutt, much to her pleasure, but again, she likely wouldn't have been injured in the first place, had he not fled outside before the battle started. She took another shuddering breath, wincing as she did. Her entire right side hurt. The Force had saved her from death, but her shield had not managed to stop the shards of metal that had penetrated her leg and hip. She tried to draw on the pain, use it to focus, to let the dark side within her fuel her power. Yet, in that moment, the power she had long enjoyed didn't come. She didn't understand. She should have been ecstatic. She had destroyed the traitorous Muin, and settled a long-held score with Nero the Hutt. Neither he, nor any of his minions survived. The dark side should have been pulsing through her veins, filling her with power, and renewed purpose. Instead, she felt only confusion. Confusion and another emotion that had been alien to her for most of her life as a Sith. She looked down at her left hand, curling it into a fist. She dug her nails into her palm, trying to relight the fire of rage that she drew her power from. Again, nothing, no rage came. Only depression? The sensation made no sense. Why should she feel depressed? The mission, though not a success, had served some purpose at least. The Zakuul had a false key in their possession, and the remaining 3 remained beyond the enemy's reach. And beyond your reach as well, Darth Fear's voice reminded her. You don't even know where to starting looking, apprentice. What are you going to do now? It was a good question, but not the one that was truly eating at her. She replayed the moment in her head over and over, still trying to deal with what she had felt. The very moment she realized Fen had left Nero's residence. The moment she had almost given into to despair. She had faced down enemy traps before. Usually, she had the foresight to have prepared a backup plan, but this time, she had had nothing. She had been arrogant. She had expected an easy victory over the Hutt. Dime being there, the possibility had never even occurred to her. She had thought that the Hutt's arrogance had blinded him, and in that assumption, she had nearly been killed. She had been blind, and worse, she had been stupid. Had the survivors not shown, she would have been dead. She should have died, and Fen had left her. He had not reached out to her, told her what was going on. What if the survivors had been late? What if she had attacked Dime before they had been set? What if Dime hadn't wanted to hear the sound of his own voice and just given the kill order? What if? What if? What if? She was no stranger to facing death, but this time, she had had no plan, had not even seen what was coming. The short-sightedness on her part, and Fen's flight had left her feeling lost. She thought she could depend on him. Yet, he had left without a word. He had told her nothing. She should have died. A Dark Lord was supposed to stand on her own 2 feet. An Empress was supposed to be wise. Yet, she had allowed herself to have faith in Fen, the Jedi dream friend she had known for years. It had nearly been her undoing. She had been a fool. Hope was foolish, and it was dangerous. She knew it was an illusion, a trick. Yet, despite knowing the truth about hopeless in the galaxy, she had, in a moment of weakness, trusted him. She had forgotten the most important lesson of being a Dark Lord. Hope was a lie, but she had had faith in her dream friend, that had given her hope, and she still wanted it. She thought he would never abandon her, and he had. It left her feeling foolish, and weak. Another shiver ran down her spine. She found herself thinking of the plan, not the immediate one, but the one she intended to bring about in the end. She didn't believe for one moment that Darth Vitiate was gone. The former emperor had survived for centuries, outlasting rivals, and bringing enemies over to his side. The Zakuul were the purest form of that, and somewhere hidden among them, Vitiate still existed, she was certain of that. After Zayast, her plan had taken shape. She would not give the former emperor any beachhead, in his war against the galaxy. No, if the keys worked as she believed they would, if Death Knell could be perfected by the time, she had them in her possession. A new era would begin, not just for the Sith, but the galaxy as well. The former emperor would have no place to hide. The mongrels that called themselves Zakuul would be exterminated, down to the last cell in their wretched bodies. Vitiate would find no hosts there. As for the rest of the galaxy, they would be bound to her, freed of the weaknesses that made them so vulnerable to the Emperor's influence. It was the only way. She needed to bring them under her control before he had the chance to. Free will and choice would be cast down, and in its place, not the delusions of a godlike being who no longer understood what it was to be alive, but the vision and wisdom of a living empress, a woman who understood what was best, and could bring a lasting order to everyone. The age of Avaryss would be as perfect, as it was eternal. She would. The hatch behind her hissed open, admitting the doctor that had seen her when she had first been brought aboard. A young man, and handsome in that scholarly kind of way. Dark curly hair, with a strong jaw, slim figure, and lenses over his eyes. "Hello, miss," he said in a friendly voice. "How are you feeling?" Several sarcastic remarks came to mind, but they went unsaid. Thinking about the plan had momentarily pushed back the dark thoughts that had haunted her, but now, faced with the possible loss of her own flesh, she didn't even feel like honoring the fool with an answer. He checked the devices beeping and whirring around her, and then leaned over checking her damaged arm. He mumbled to himself as he turned to the tray of tools behind him. A frisson of fear went through her. Am I going to lose it?" she asked, her voice possessing none of the command presence it normally held. She spoke not as a Sith Lord, but a scared young woman. He met her eye and gave her a reassuring smile. "Not today," he said, picking up another canister of Kolto spray, and using it liberally on her wounds. "We need to give this a few more minutes to take effect, then I can start digging out the last of the shrapnel." Left double quotation mark. He leaned over her, inspecting the wound in her right thigh. He touched it with steady, yet gentle, fingers. She winced, but did not cry out. He made note of that, and added a bit of spray there too. "Sorry about that," he said. Avaryss shrugged. "There is no pain where the power lies," she said calmly. An old Sith adage that had served her well during her illness, and her recovery afterward. The doctor merely nodded, and went back to his work. "I'm Dr. Court Antilles," he informed her, "surgeon for the Galactic Medical Corps, and you are?" "Darth Avaryss," she said, waiting to see him recoil or give her a look of shock and horror. He did neither, he merely smiled. "Well, miss, or my lord, if you prefer. You are most fortunate. None of the shrapnel entered your chest, and seems to have hit no major arteries. You should be well on the way to recovery in a week's time." She nodded, yet said nothing. Depression still held her in its grip. Dr. Antilles set to work, removing the shards of metal from her arm. Avaryss watched, occasionally feeling pain, but refusing to cry out. The surgeon gave her a sympathetic look. "This would likely go faster if you let me put you under." She shook her head no. "The last time I was on a Republic medical vessel, and was put under. I awoke in chains, and was informed that I had been taken prisoner." The young man smiled, pushing his lenses up higher on his nose. "This isn't a Republic vessel. The Galactic Medical Corps is neutral in the war between the Empire and the Republic, and I suppose with this new war between the Eternal Throne and, well, everyone else." "Neutral," Avaryss smiled. "You are transporting a Republic militia group, Doctor. You smuggled them onto Nal Hutta, where they attacked a member of the Hutt cartel." She sneered up at the young man. "I don't call that neutral." The doctor merely shrugged. "The corpse goes where it is needed. We were on Hutt attending to an outbreak among the local Wiki population. The Hutts would rather not have their fiercest enforcers stricken with disease. When we received word of the firefight, our shuttles responded. The injured soldiers we brought aboard were patients, any healthy ones were allies who chose to travel with their friends and allies." He smiled again. "We didn't get involved, miss. That goes against the bylaws of the Corps. We are here to help, and so, we did." "So I see," she responded. A good story. She didn't buy it, but the Hutts might. That was all that mattered. Besides, the cartel, like most other major governments, relied on the aid of the GMC. They were far cheaper, and better funded than most medical facilities throughout the galaxy. No, the cartel would not risk offending the GMC, they would not risk losing the group's aid. She knew who they were, of course. The Galactic Medical Corps had existed for decades. They traveled the galaxy, mostly the Outer Rim, tending to the sick, and aiding in containing diseases. They survived by donations of the wealthy and well-to-do, asking only for lodging, food, and supplies, when they went to work on any world or station. During the First War, they had traveled from battlefield to battlefield, tending the wounded, and stopping the spread of disease. At first, the Sith had thought them a threat, a haven for spies. One lord even massacred a crew from the GMC, declaring them targets of opportunity, and targets for easy raids. Darth Mar had put a stop to that. Before that, the Corps had aided Sith wounded on a dozen worlds. After the declaration, the GMC fled all Sith-held systems, not even responding to distress calls, and deaths among the wounded skyrocketed, forcing the Sith to slow their advance, bogging their forces down in several systems. Mar handled the matter personally. He had killed the offending lord, and destroyed his house. He then spoke before the council in defense of the traveling medics. They were fools, yes, but necessary ones. The Empire would respect their neutrality. And so, they had. Yes, the Corps had been around for many years, but recently, they had seen an influx in support, both in personnel and finance. Avaryss didn't know all the details, but she did know that the son of some wealthy industrialist turned senator had joined the Corps. The young man bringing his wealth and contacts into the group, expanding their influence. Which explained the modern, and ultra-modern healing technology found on this vessel. Again, the Sith respected the neutrality of the group, and now, thanks to them, she had been saved. It seemed that Mar had been right. Fools they were for helping so freely, but they were useful. She found herself grateful for their aid. As he removed the shards, he applied a foul-smelling salve to the open wounds. Each one burned mightily for a moment, but then he applied a colto patch, and some strange-smelling bandages, gingerly wrapping the wounded limb. Slowly the pain receded, giving her a respite from it, at least until the doctor tended to the next wound. As he worked, she once again found herself thinking about the plan, her mortality, and the consequences of latter. What would have happened to the plan had she died?
She liked agony, but she doubted that her old friend had the will or the drive to carry on her grand work, much less keep Zen under control. She would have likely discovered what Avaryss was doing. The full details of the plan were stored within her holocron, accessible only to another Sith, but who was to say agony was the right one to carry on? Zen had the passion, but Avaryss had little faith in fallen Jedi. They remained far too arrogant, set in the ways they had possessed when they served the light. She doubted that the girl would be strong enough to carry out what her master wished, and even if she did, her own fickle desires would get in the way. If left to their own devices, Zen would have turned on agony. She would have tried to get rid of her, and then, likely go off on her own, fulfilling her own idea of what needed to happen, or clumsily stumble through with Avaryss' plan, and fail utterly. It would all fall apart in the blink of an eye. Frustrating. If the galaxy was to be saved from vitiate, Avaryss' plan needed to succeed. Agony and Zen were not capable of doing that. She realized that now. And that, my child, Fear's voice whispered in the back of her mind, is why a Sith master cannot act alone. You need an apprentice, not some fool you found who was useful at the time, easily seduced to the dark side, but a true student, loyal to your vision, and hungry for power. Avaryss nodded. In this, her master was correct. She had wasted time on lesser servants. They had been a distraction. She needed an apprentice, and perhaps, somewhere out in the galaxy, that apprentice was even now making her way back to her. Zay. She nodded. The girl was stronger than she knew. The Dark Lord had felt it. If she returned victorious, Avaryss would honor her promise. She would teach the girl everything. Vitiate had to be stopped. The galaxy had to be saved. There was only one way. She knew it has to be subjugated under me. The doctor stepped away from her arm, the last of the metal removed. the wrapping so tight they might as well have been a second skin. "Only a few more," he promised. "Roll over, please." She looked up, glaring at him. Considering she was wearing only a hospital wrap, he gave her a gentle smile. "I need to remove the shrapnel from your hip and thigh," he reminded her. "Can't you just put me in a colto tank? Those are reserved for those with life-threatening injuries. As I said, your wounds don't fall into that category." "Well, can't you have a droid handle it then, removing the last of the metal?" He chuckled. "There is no need for modesty, my lord. I've worked on beings all over the galaxy, most in a state of undress." Avaryss cursed under her breath. Modesty had nothing to do with it. She was a lord of the Sith. Special, she didn't wish to be stared at by some mundane fool. Still, the metal needed to be removed. She rolled her eyes and obeyed his orders. The surgeon got back to work. As she lay there, she tried to remain focused on the plan, what needed to happen next. During her exile, she had gone through pretty much every treatise and story that concerned Darth Acina, hoping to find the location of his keys. She had found two, but now, she had no idea where to turn next. Sorry, the doctor said. That one had a small barb. Would you like something for the pain? She shook her head and gripped the bed harder. Just get it done, she hissed. Sorry, he repeated. She sighed. It's fine, okay. If anything, you are being gentler than a Sith medical droid would be. They are programmed to cause pain during treatment. It is all part of the learning experience. Don't get hurt in the first place. So, I've heard, he said, Sith philosophy is not something I truly understand. And you never will, Mundane, she thought bitterly. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and future Empress of the First Galactic Empire reduced to being a patient on a medical bed, having metal slivers being pulled out of her rear. Glorious. Still, she could only sense cool professionalism and duty from the surgeon. He worked without care of what she was, and what she might do in the future. That put him 5 steps ahead of most pub healers she had met, and 20 steps ahead of any full Jedi healer. He paused in his work, bringing up a medical scanner, scanning for any metal fragments he might have missed. The pain in her side had gone from a burning sensation to a dull ache. She guessed that he was almost finished. Again he pulled out the bandages and began to wrap her upper leg. That is an interesting design, he commented. Avaryss rolled her eyes. If you are referring to the markings on my back, they are tattoos used to help me focus my power. Those brands are impressive, he agreed, but I was referring to the lightsaber, the one on the left, the thin one with the longer hilt. Oh, she said, that one, that is my personal weapon. The other, well, it is meant for one that will need one, my next student. Interesting, he replied. I don't think that I've seen a thinner look for a saber. Most can be kind of bulky. Probably makes defensive spins easier. The longer hilt suggests a two-handed grip, making for stronger overhead cuts. Yes, she admitted, growing curious now. The doctor nodded gamely. I'm guessing you are a Sarisu stylist, maybe even Makashi. Avaryss nodded, her eyes widening in surprise. She sat up, meeting his gaze. Sarisu, she confirmed. I wasn't aware that among that non-force sensitives knew anything about the lightsaber forms. He gave her a shy smile. I spent 2 months living with the Jedi bodyguard. We had a lot of time on our hands. Talked about many things. The Force, lightsabers, abilities granted by the light. She smirked at him. I seek to know something that is beyond you. I'm a doctor. My job is the preservation of life, and life feeds the Force, or so I've been told. She nodded. Perhaps this mundane was not as foolish as she had thought. 2 months with the Jedi bodyguard. She sensed there was a story there. She was just about to press him on it, when the door hissed open. Shira Veal stood before them. The beast woman glared at Avaryss. How are you doing, witch? Better than you look, mongrel. Shira growled in the back of her throat. The doctor stood between them. Calm down, Shy, he soothed, if this is the witch you told me about. You know that she is simply trying to push your buttons. Yes, the Jedi said, looking away from her rival and at the man before her. She enjoys doing that. The doctor, Court, smiled. He reached up and touched the beast girl's face. Are you okay? I've seen the wounded. Things look pretty bad down there. I'm fine, she said, taking his hand in her large front paws. She smiled softly, warmly. You don't have to worry about me. Can't help it, he answered. I'm afraid you are stuck with me. I'll survive, and so will the survivors. Thank you for this, your help, and your concern. Avaryss watched the two, and then, something clicked. 2 months with the Jedi bodyguard. Had a lot of time on our hands. The doctor's story, being forced to live with the Jedi for 2 months. Oh my. The Dark Lord smirked. This is him, isn't it? She asked. This is the one Finn told me about, your man. The doctor blushed. Shire snorted and stepped in front of him. Court and I, what we are is none of your concern, Sith. Know only that he is the reason that you will heal from your injuries, and that he was the one that allowed us to leave Nal Hutta unmolested. She almost laughed, despite the depression. Oh, how cute, she thinks she can protect him from me. How adorable. Still, she wasn't wrong. He had helped her. That bought him some leeway. Relax, Avaryss replied. I don't make it a point of hurting those that have aided me, or possess skills and influence that I might require aid from later. She bowed her head in thanks. So, this was the young man that had advanced the GMC so much in the last few years, and he was Shire Vale's paramour, friend with benefits. Interesting. She was tempted to bring up the old adage about laying with cat hounds and getting fleas, or perhaps commenting on the poor doctor's well-being. The man's back must have been a sea of claw scars, and she could only imagine the teeth marks the mongrel had left giving him love bites. Somehow, any of those comments seemed in very poor taste at the moment. The doctor had pulled them out of a very dangerous situation. That bought at least some discretion on her part. Besides, behaving nicely would be far more annoying for the mongrel than being belligerent. Why give her what she expected? Thank you. Don't mention it. But it is worth mentioning, Doctor. You will find my gratitude most generous. I'm sure your group will appreciate the donation that will be coming your way. I make it a point to always repay my debts and reward those that aid me. Donations always help, he said. It is how we do what we do. And you shall continue to do so with both more speed and the best equipment, she added, such as my generosity. As I said, all aid is welcome. She watched the mongrel, seeing if she would take the bait. Strangely, she didn't. Her eyes were only for the young man at her side. Slightly annoying, but unsurprising if this man was indeed her lover. Dr. Antilles helped her rise from the bed. She was still stiff, but at least she could stand. He advised her to speak with Dr. Tag upon their return home, saying she would need to change the bandage twice in the next 2 days. Having nothing else to do, he gave her leave to rise and move about the ship. Though he did warn her not to push her injuries. It would take another week for the wounds to properly heal, even with extra Kolto injections. He also advised her to forget about any lightsaber drills, at least until the bandages came off for good. She agreed to his suggestions. What else could she do? Re-injuring herself would have been stupid. He even offered her a robe and slippers to protect her modesty, if nothing else. Again, kindness. It was unexpected, especially after a life of dealing with the Sith medical system. She reached out with the Force, immediately sensing Finn on board. Part of her recoiled at the thought of facing him, afraid of what he might say. She pushed such weak thoughts down. She was no mewling girl. She didn't run from her problems. She faced her fears, drawing anger from them. She slipped on the robe, quickly moving past her rival and her paramour. The last thing she heard was him leaning in, murmuring in her ear, I really should examine you, just to make sure. She heard a happy yip escape Shira's mouth. Examine, she growled, is that what you want to do? Of course, I am a professional after all. The door slid shut, blocking out what was said next. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Gross. She didn't see what the man saw in her, but an input for every output, she supposed. She took another shuddering breath. Finn. She hobbled forward. She needed to talk to him. He felt her presence, drawing closer. Finn frowned. From what he was feeling through their connection, he doubted the next few moments would be pleasant. She was angry with him, and she had every right to be. After the nightmare that was Kivin's holdings, he had no desire to step into another trap unprepared. He believed in Avi, but that didn't mean that he desired to go on another mission with her without backup. He had gone to Shireville, asking her to contact Court Antilles. The senator's son was the perfect person to smuggle the survivor onto Nalhuda undetected, and given their history, Finn had known that the GMC surgeon would not have said no. After their loss at the auction, and the realization that they would be going into battle on Hutta, he had been in contact with Colonel Capistan and the rest of their force. He sighed, mustering his courage. No, speaking with Avi about this wouldn't be pleasant, but he had no choice. He started towards her, hoping that this wouldn't end in an argument or worse. Hopefully, she didn't have her lightsaber on her. He stopped halfway, hearing her speaking with someone. He realized immediately that it was the colonel. He was surprised by what he heard. You saved me, Avi said. Why? The colonel, sounding tired, responded. I still owe you for what happened on the Shadow's Embrace, what your poison did to Izzy. I should hate you for that, but I'm too old not to recognize what you have done. We were enemies once, but since that time, you have also honored every promise you have made to us since joining up. That is not something we take lightly among the survivors. I did what was necessary. So did we. The survivors take care of our own. When you started helping us, you became one of us. This isn't the first time a Sith joined us, became a part of what we do. Tim's dad, Razhar, was a good soldier and a good friend. A Sith pureblood that became a hero of the survivors. Are you playing your own game, Sith? Probably, but know that as long as you play straight with us, we will always be there for you. I don't know what to say, Colonel. Say thanks, if anything, and know that you have found a place here, if you want it. If you decide to return to your people when the Zakul are done, fine, but know you have earned respect among the survivors. You are one of us now, whether you like it or not. Finn smiled. He could sense Avi's confusion, but also acceptance. The colonel's words surprised her. She had likely thought the survivors were using her, and that she was using them. Maybe hearing Chris Capistan telling her that she had a place here would do it. Start to change her heart. The one man here who had tried to kill her back on day one was now offering his hand in, if not friendship, camaraderie. Herta had slide open, and the heavy steps of the colonel leaving, that left only Avi, her mind a whirl with what had been said. Finn stepped through and into the compartment. Avi looked at him, her golden eyes cold and hurt. He bowed his head. Here we go, he thought. Are you feeling better? The question sounded dumb as soon as it left his mouth, but what else could he say? Her arm and leg were heavily bandaged. He could feel her pain through their connection. It was not mind-numbing, but it was there. She glared at him. You lied to me, she hissed. I didn't tell you about the reinforcements. The colonel thought to keep that need to know. I wasn't lying. You could have told me. Would it have changed anything? I know you don't like Chris. I feared you would think we didn't need his help. She hissed angrily and turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Again, he felt anger, but also hurt and confusion, and he blinked. Hope. What happened today surprised her. It wasn't part of her plan, and yes, he believed she did have one. Hopefully, today would be the first step in her realizing she didn't need it. The survivors would come through for her if she let them in. If she let him in. She took a shuddering breath. You abandoned me, she growled. I fell back to join the others so that we could strike together. Dime, he could have killed me, Finn. He didn't. But he could have. She turned to him angrily, and he realized something. The shine in her eyes, he had not seen that in a long time. She blinked, her hand went to her face. She turned away, cursing softly in horror. What is this? She demanded. I'm crying. I don't cry. I don't do weakness. He walked up behind her, putting a hand on her good shoulder. Aren't you the one that is always telling me that the Sith are a passionate people? Showing emotion isn't weak, is it? She refused to turn, to meet his gaze. I can't do this, she spat. I need to be strong, for my people, my empire. He gently squeezed her shoulder, making her turn around. She looked at him with hurt in her eyes. I have to be strong, she said. He reached up and touched her cheek, his touch firm, but gentle, both in the flesh and through the Force. This was the moment he realized, if he did this, there was no turning back. Jedi calm, or saving this woman, the girl he had known and cared for all his life. He threw caution to the wind. There was no going back now. It is okay to take a moment and not be strong. I'm here for you. I always will be. She started to pull away, but he didn't let her. He held onto her in a firm grip. If she resisted, he would let her go, but she did not. She sniffled. A tear ran down her cheek. She leaned into him, let him put his arms around her. He was careful of her injuries, but he stood firm. She took another breath, her head on his shoulder. I am tired, she confessed. He leaned in and kissed her forehead, just holding her, offering her comfort, both in this world and through the Force. She had not found the key she was after, but she had found something. He was determined to make sure she accepted that, understood that. This was the first step. I'm going to save you, he thought. If you let me? He sensed confusion, but that was okay. She had spent so much time in paranoia, fearing everyone around her. That was the way of the Sith, but he could offer something else. I thought you abandoned me, she murmured. I didn't. I'm here for you now. He held her tighter, not wanting to let her go. He wished that he never had to let her go again. I'll always be with you. Chapter 39. I'm here for you now. I'll always be with you. With those two sentences, Finn's life had changed. It had taken about a week after the return from Hutta for him to realize just how much of a change it had been. Avi, she no longer pulled away from him, or from the other survivors. She seemed to take Chris Capiston's offer of her now being one of them to heart. In the days following the raid and the return to Survivor Base, Avi had sought out Major Locke and those under her command, first to offer her contacts and any information she had collected on the various former Sith worlds now held by the Zakuul. Sunner had been a little hesitant to accept that help at first, but as Avi's intel began to pay off and prove true, she started inviting the Sith to her planning sessions, even going so far to introduce her to the officers that worked under her, the men who passed the plans they were making on to those that would talk to those that would turn those plans into actions. Finn was more than happy with this. The more involved she felt, the less likely it would be that she would turn on them later. He had come to know Avi quite well over the last few years. She could be both power-hungry and ruthless, but she had a respect for her allies and those she fought beside. That respect was useful. If she looked upon the survivors more than pawns, or simply business partners, she might realize just how much they could offer her, something more than simply blasters at her side and soldiers when she needed them. Still, that was only half of it. The other half involved more intimate matters. Those matters fell to him. He once again woke before the dawn, even beating the alarm he had set next to his bunk. He opened his eyes and stared up into the darkness, enjoying this quiet moment, that brief period between rest and wakefulness. Soon he would need to rise and to join the others, but that time was not yet here. A soft sigh and warm breath on the side of his neck caused him to look down, his eyes adjusting to the near darkness. Finn smiled. For the third time in as many weeks, Avi had slipped into his quarters. The first time it had happened, he had not been able to go back to sleep for the rest of the night, and had needed to meditate for 2 hours in the mid-morning simply to be rested and complete his duties. Now, though, her presence here had grown familiar, comfortable. He reached across the bunk, finding the softness of the mattress, and then pulled back gently, until he felt soft skin. He let his hand rest there, on feeling the warmth of her back, and feeling the whirl of the burned markings on her skin, the Sith glyphs that she had branded there. Avi barely stirred. She made a slight murmur, and snuggled closer to him. He didn't bother trying to move. He didn't wish to wake her. This was part of his promise to her. "I'm here for you now." Those were words he took seriously, and now she did too. How far that might go, they would see. That last thought made his heart beat faster. He felt a sudden heat start to fill him. He took a deep breath and tried to focus. It worked, mostly. Despite her visiting him here, nothing had happened, nothing more intimate. Some might have been surprised to hear that, but it was the truth. He took her into his arms, stroked her back, brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes, but beyond that, nothing more. She came to him, and he helped her find comfort, rest, sleep. He and Avi, they had not been intimate, not yet. She came here to feel safe. Agony had not been available. The blonde Sith had been injured on Hutta. That first week she had spent almost the entire time in the medical bay. Her right eye had been damaged while battling the Muun Sith assassins. Dr. Tag had managed to save it, and was, even now, treating the wound. Darth Agony now found herself wearing an eye patch, protecting her vision while the eye healed. So during that first week, Avi had sought him out. She had stood in his doorway after 3 nights of no rest. Through the Force he could sense the reason why. She was being tormented by horrible nightmares. She had not needed to ask for help, nor had he needed to say she could stay. Through the Force they knew. He opened up the blankets, and she had shut the door behind her. She slipped into his arms, and he pulled her close. She stayed, and they had slept together, nothing more, nothing physical. He had kept to his code, offering comfort to his dream friend. He had not offered more than that, though he wondered what might happen if he did. He didn't believe that she would deny him. If he took her in his arms, kissed her lips, and moved his hands over her body, she would have responded in kind. He knew that from their history. If he offered physical love, she would have surrendered, he was certain, because through the Force, he could feel it. Part of her wanted him to make that first move. She wanted him to play the dominant male. He had felt that desire back on Kevin's holdings when he had restrained her from harming more people. If he showed that desire, she would respond, and he hated to admit it, but he wanted it. She was powerful and beautiful. How many times had he wished that he was not bound by the code, that he continued to keep that part of him in check? That desire, that want had been with him for years now. Things had always seemed to interrupt. That last act, that final surrender might have been just what he needed to draw her the rest of the way into the survivors' camp. Yet, again, his Jedi training got in the way. Possession is forbidden. Passion is forbidden. That was the way of the Jedi, but it wasn't the only view. He knew Master Jaz's feelings on such things. His master had been happily married for years. His children were now fully grown. He had been a simple Jedi acolyte when he had met his future bride, and had not ascended to knighthood until the war had begun and the Republic been in jeopardy. The Council had disapproved, but that is why Master Jaz had remained apart from the Order, and did so until the war came, and his first child had been born. The Sith had changed everything, and at that time, the Order had needed all who walked in the light, regardless of their status. Master Jaz had become a Jedi Knight, and helped form Survivor Squad, and by his actions, during the war, he had achieved the rank of Jedi Master. He understood that attachment didn't always lead to darkness, and that love could save a person from the shadow. He had told Finn a story once, how the dark side had nearly consumed him, and his future wife had come to his side. She had seen what he was becoming, and, without fear, had confronted him. She had confessed her love, and asked him to be with her, to come away and live at her side. Master Jaz had said, yes. He had let go of the darkness, knowing it would only hurt this young woman, that he could not protect her by becoming a monster. Finn had admired that, his master's strength. Perhaps that was why Jaz had not approached him about Avi's evening visits. There were those in the survivors who likely believed he and Avi were doing more than sleeping in here at night, but those ideas and rumors didn't matter. He knew the truth. Master Jaz might even have supported what he was doing, trying to awaken Avi's sense of friendship and need for contact. Would that be enough to save her from the darkness of her heart? He couldn't be sure, not entirely. He simply had to follow the path he had set for himself. He needed to trust in the living force. Avi shifted in his arms again, murmuring softly, dream talk that was more sound than anything else. He looked upon her, the girl he had known all his life. His eyes were, once again, drawn to the black silken choker that Avi wore. He looked curiously at it. Was it his imagination, or did the creamy piece of ivory have a low glow about it? He had never really gotten a chance to get a good look at it. He knew it was intricately carved and shaped into a person's face. He could feel the force humming inside of it. He was tempted to get a closer look at it now, maybe even take it off. Avi never removed it as far as he knew, but if she asked, he could say the silken band had come unhooked while they slept. The item echoed through the force. He could feel it in their connection. Temptation ate away at his resolve. She was so close, and it would be so quick to do. He leaned in closer, enjoying the soapy clean smell of her hair, and beneath that, a smell like the fresh air of a world close to nature, a world that life grew wild and barely checked by the hands of sentience. He could feel the silken cord with his fingertips. All it would take would be the gentlest application of pressure and... At his bedside, his kamink beeped. Avaryss stirred, her yellow eyes opening quickly. He pulled away his hand, pretending that he was stretching. He gave her a sleepy smile. Avaryss groaned and sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Morning," she said with a yawn, stretching out her arms. "Morning," he replied quickly, reaching out for the kamok with his hand, only to have it slip off the nightstand. He cursed under his breath, and, "Allow me," she said, reaching out. The force responded. He felt the device jump up and into reach. He seized it quickly, putting it to his lips. "Finn here." Master Jazz's voice greeted him. "I was hoping you might be awake. You haven't seen Avi, have you? She isn't in her quarters." Finn blushed slightly. Jazz was no fool. He knew where Avi was. By now she had risen and, after a quick stretch, started to get dressed. He didn't stare, much, though he could see the scars left by the battle on Hutta. They had healed well, but... She smirked at him as she pulled up her leggings, quickly grabbing her shirt. "I've seen her," he informed his master. "Why?" "I need you two on the surface. The co-op's folly is back, and Cooper wants to speak with Avaryss. You and Timmons should be there too. Coop has brought something back with him." Finn nodded. "I'm on my way," he said, shutting down the comlink. He looked up to see Avi staring at him. Even in the shadows he could make out her golden glowing eyes clearly. "What is that about?" she asked. "Don't know," he shrugged. He jumped up quickly looking for his pants. "Guess we are about to find out." Avaryss yawned as she made her way down the hall towards the stairs leading to the surface. She caught a glimpse of herself in a two-way glass, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, no longer wearing the black robes of her order. Over the last few weeks, she had felt more comfortable in the clothing of those that lived in Survivor Base, her garb that of the soldiers and techs that lived here. Her new coat even bore a patch declaring herself a member of the group. "They have stolen you from the Sith, my child," Fear's voice echoed through her mind. "You are forgetting who and what you are." She ignored that. What did her dead master know? She was still committed to the plan, to bringing about the destruction of Zakul and the restoration of the Empire. She had simply needed to go a bit deeper undercover. She would be able to emerge from it when the time came. "You don't really believe that," Fear said coldly. "That has always been your flaw, my child. You think too highly of your underlings. You desire friends like some mundane friends or pets. Yes, you are like a child bringing home pets off the street, expecting to be able to keep them." She tried to ignore that thought, but couldn't deny there was some truth in it. She didn't seek fear alone in her underlings. She knew that terror alone was not what made a strong leader. The most successful lords in their history had held great respect among their peers. Mark Ragnas had been legendary for that. He had been ruthless, but he had also been loved by his people. He had been a true champion of the Empire. Everyone from the highest lord to the lowest slave had known that. She wanted that as well. Soldiers that served her were well rewarded, and she didn't execute on a whim, or for a failure that was not the soldier's fault. She understood the fortunes of war and combat, and her men responded to that. It was not pointless mercy. It was wisdom, and respect. But the survivors don't serve you, Fear hissed. They seek to assimilate you into their group, to make you one of them. She could imagine her master shaking his head. Do not be fooled by such offers of friendship. These survivors are dangerous. Be mindful. Avaryss frowned, but again, could not fault the logic. She needed to be careful. Her plans were at a delicate stage. She could not afford to be foolish. Hello, Avi. She turned with a smile. Major Locke had joined them, making their way to the surface. The woman who had saved her life from one of the assassins back on Hutta. A useful ally to have, and the fact that she had once been engaged to Colonel Capistan made her a source of information that might be exploitable. For now, though, she was a friend, and Avaryss treated her as such. Hello, Gilly, she answered. Any word on the operation that we planned? I'm most curious to hear how it all worked out. Not yet, the old sniper admitted. To be honest, I'm a bit curious how this will all work out, as well. You came up with an interesting plan. We will see if the Zack will see through it. The Dark Lord nodded. It would be interesting. With no leads on the keys she sought, the survivors had returned to the war against the Zackul, but they needed to be careful. The enemy was aware of them now. Lennox Gull had been seen in systems familiar to the survivors. The knight was seeking out those that were known associates of the group. He had also been put in charge of many key operations within the Eternal Empire's new holdings, shifting assets, ships, and troops in an effort to cut the survivors off from possible targets. The targets that were available were almost too good to be true, and so were likely traps. This new stage of the war had forced the survivors to work through go-betweens and smaller factions of rebels, rather than striking directly. It had slowed things down, but with survivor support and weapons provided to these cells, Colonel Capistan and Jazz Darbin still hoped to slow the invaders' advance. Major Locke, Gilly, or Sunner to her friends, had been put in charge of those operations. After Hutta, Avaryss had sought the woman out, offering her contacts and support for these new missions. After making several successful suggestions, the Major had invited her formally into their group as a planner. Avaryss didn't know which worlds that they were sending help to, but using the data provided, she had helped the survivors draw up plans to strike hard at the invaders. It was a slower way to fight than direct confrontation, but Evie was starting to enjoy it. She had always enjoyed working with commandos and small fighting groups. Her original Fury crew had had many commando-style missions themselves. The Dark Lord reveled in such devious attacks on her foes. Sadly, that aid had started to have a negative effect on her mind. Helping her enemies so freely, her Sith pride and conscience had begun to hurt her in the form of nightmares. In those dreams, many fallen enemies and allies had come back to haunt her. Barriss, Fear, Tarek, Fel, Thanaton, and so many others. They haunted her dream world, calling her a traitor and demanding her fall and death. She had tried to ignore the nightmares, but finally, she had needed to turn to Finn for comfort. In his arms, and in their shared connection in the Force, she found rest. Yet, he had still not made a move to consummate their relationship. That fact puzzled her. Finn wanted her, she felt it. Yet, he held back. It was frustrating. What is the problem? He knows what I desire. Why not go for it? I would offer no resistance. Now is not the time to think about your prospective paramour, dear girl, Fear's voice hissed. The smuggler has come, asking for you directly. You need to see what he wants. Yes, Avaryss thought. Business first. It was not like Finn had rejected her. He was simply taking things slowly. She would be patient a bit longer. It would make that final surrender that much sweeter when it came. Or now, she would be patient. She could wait. They reached the surface, just as the co-op's folly roared overhead. The freighter that served as the smuggler chieftain's personal craft came around and settled down on the landing pad. Avaryss sneered at the vessel. Again, her thoughts filled with hostility she didn't completely understand, but still masked as best she could. She still couldn't say why she hated him, and it didn't matter. One day, she would be free to act on that hatred. It would be cathartic. She and Finn were joined by Timon and Major Locke shortly after. Jazz Darbin and Colonel Capiston arrived. The group waited as the Folly's boarding ramp lowered with a hiss of steam. Cooper emerged first. He looked down upon their group with a sly grin. "Morning, everyone." "Morning, brother," Jazz said. "What brings you here so early? We weren't expecting you until the afternoon." Someone insisted on an early start. "I think she missed this place." Avaryss blinked. It was at that moment, she felt it, a presence in the Force. She smiled. Well. Look who made it home." Coop looked at her. "Hey Sith, I found something you lost." He stepped aside, and a familiar figure emerged from the shadows of the ship's hold. No longer dressed in the travel clothes she had worn to an AR Shatta, the girl wore a jumpsuit common among the crewers on the Co-op's Folly. She stepped forward, her heavy boot clumping loudly on the ship's loading ramp. Thinner, and a bit paler than she had been when she left. Timon stepped forward. "Zay." The blonde girl smiled and blushed, not used to being the center of attention. "Hi," she said, shyly raising her hand in a small wave. I'm back." Avaryss frowned. In that moment, all thought of survivor missions or paramours faded from her mind. Her full focus was now on the young girl emerging from the Folly. Zay had returned, but did she return in success or failure? The Dark Lord wanted to know. She needed to know. The girl made her way slowly down the ramp. Co-op stayed behind her, just in case she stumbled. Master Jazz looked at his old friend. "The kid was on an AR Shatta," he informed his friend. "How did you find her?" The smuggler gave the girl a proud look. "We found her aboard a derelict ship, a few hundred parsecs from the Phasira systems." The man gave Zay a sympathetic look. "Some creep kidnapped her. She managed to get free, and deal with him." "You did?" the Jedi Master said, looking at the girl in sympathy, no doubt understanding what his old friend meant by dealing with someone. "Yeah," Zay said, looking down at her feet, her very being radiating with guilt. It was horrible." Avaryss covered her mouth not in shock, but to hide a smile. "Interesting." She could sense the guilt in her former serving girl. It shone like a beacon, but that wasn't all. A scan of her surface emotions revealed nothing strange, but a deeper scan, by someone who knew the girl, and how she felt in the Force, that showed something more. The Dark Lord almost laughed. There was guilt, yes, but beneath that, she felt resentment, not just for the man she had dealt with, but for the rest of those around her as well. She didn't like the Jedi staring at her, and that resentment, with a slight push, could go into the deepest of hates. That type of hate brought great power. Avaryss knew that for certain. It was where she drew the bulk of her strength from, and the Jedi, they couldn't sense it. It wasn't easy to see. The Jedi's vision of it was likely clouded by the shadows of the dark side. War and chaos did that, but to a Sith Lord it was plain as day. She could see it in Zay's eyes. The girl had changed. Those huge green eyes, they no longer shone with innocence, not a single flash of it. What was there now was harder, stronger. Innocence lost, but something more gained. Hatred. Power. It intrigued the Dark Lord. She wanted to know more. She stepped away from the group. She looked down at her former serving girl. Zay gulped and took a step back, intimidated, or pretending to be intimidated. Playing for the crowd. Maybe. Avaryss decided to give them a good show. "What happened? You were supposed to contact my agent on NAR Shatta. You should be in a safe house right now, waiting for me to collect you." She glared down at the girl. "What happened?" she repeated. Physically, Zay cowered before her, but that was only an act. Avaryss knew it to be true. She could sense it. The girl's nervousness was real enough, but beneath it was a sense of triumph. She could sense that too. She had succeeded. The Dark Lord was sure of it. Zay dropped to her knees and bowed her head. I'm sorry, Master," she said quickly. Your agent, he has betrayed you. Betrayed, Avaryss hissed. The girl bobbed her head up and down. He said he found a better offer, my lord. That he didn't need your patronage. He said, Lord Farshaw says hello. Again, Avaryss snarled, not in anger, but in excitement. Excellent. Lord Farshaw says hello. Lord Farshaw had been a Sith Lord that she had murdered years ago. He had been infected with the forbidden virus, and she had destroyed his ship before he could reach a Sith space station, a station where he would have spread the virus. Farshaw was long dead, but he would have had a grudge against her if he had lived. That made his name the perfect code phrase. An enemy would think it a matter of a Sith house seeking revenge on her, when in truth Zay used it to confirm something else. Avaryss told her only to say that phrase only if she was successful in her mission, that she had found the location of this world.
The hidden location of Survivor Base. She did it, the Dark Lord realized. She knew the planetary coordinates for Survivor Base, and had brought them to her master. Glorious. The girl stood before her. Avaryss finally got a good look at her. Her eyes were ringed with dark circles, signs of lack of sleep. Her face showed signs of healed scratch marks, like something or someone had clawed at her face. She refused to meet her master's eyes, but her lip curled slightly, not a smile, but close to one. I'm sorry, master. She said, laying it on even thicker. I tried. Through the Force, Avaryss sensed the girl's thoughts. Make it look good, my lord. Avaryss almost laughed. That she could do. She raised her hand. Fool girl, I'll. The Force struck her from behind, hard. Avaryss stumbled forward. Her instincts took over. She let herself fall, and turned it into somersault. She rolled onto her shoulder and came up into a fighting crouch. Get away from her. Leave her alone. Avaryss snarled, but again, her anger was not real. She had been surprised, but that was it. Temantag stood before Zay, his lightsaber lit. His pink skin darkening to a deeper hue of red, a sign of anger in a half-blood. Stay back. He growled. You won't harm her. Tem. Fen shouted. Padawan. James called out. Avaryss hissed, impressed by the strength of the boy's blow. She didn't bother reaching for her lightsaber, that might have escalated the situation. She looked at Zay, at her new apprentice. The girl was shaking her head slightly, likely realizing that the two of them had overplayed this little drama. It had gone to a place that the Dark Lord had not wanted. Yet, she could not back down too quickly, the others had to believe it. Lightning crackled between her fingers. Avi. Stop. Gillylock shouted. Stand down, Sith. The Colonel ordered. The Dark Lord smiled wickedly. She could not afford to back down too quickly, that might have seemed suspicious, and besides, the boy didn't realize who he had shoved. He needed to learn. Brave of you, Tem, she growled, not too smart, though. Tem. Stop. Zay said, touching him on the shoulder, she is not going to hurt me. She wouldn't. I won't let her hurt you. Temantag hissed like a Tukada on the hunt, his hot Sith blood was up. Avaryss knew the danger of that. The Dark Lord rose to her feet, she powered down, the lightning at her fingertips fading. She kept her hands away from her weapon, again, not wanting to escalate things. She was the master here, after all. She needed to be the voice of reason. She looked at Fen. Control your student, Fen, she said flatly, don't make me do it for you. TEMM. Fen shouted. The boy wasn't listening, he was lost in his anger. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. A thought occurring to her. Had he sensed something? Temin had grown closer to Zay too. Had he sensed the darkness in her, what she had on her, what it meant for the survivors? It was possible. The old blood was drawn to the dark side. Temantag. Fenn's angry shout did it, that or the sound of his full name. It shook the boy out of his rage. He jumped slightly, losing his focus. The boy powered down his lightsaber. He blinked, like he had awakened from a dream. He looked at his teacher, and their commanders. He could see the surprise and disappointment in their eyes. This was not how a young Jedi behaved. He lowered his blade. "Master," he said, "Master Fenn, Master James, I." Fenn stopped him with a raised hand. "We will discuss this later, Padawan." The boy blinked. He looked down at his feet. "I'm sorry," he said, I didn't mean to." He looked at Avaryss. She glared at him. "Be careful, boy," she growled. "You should choose your battles far more carefully." Shame radiated from him. He shook his head, refusing to look up. Zay went to him, hugged him, and then stepped back. "Tem," she said, making him meet her gaze, her hands on his red chin. "I'm fine. It is going to be okay." The boy shook his head. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "I'm sorry." He ran. He ran with all the speed the Force could grant him. He was gone almost before anyone realized it. "Temin!" Fenn shouted after him. He started to draw on the Force, ready to give chase. His own master stopped him. "Let him go, Fenn," James ordered. "Give him time." Yakub agreed. "He is a teenager. My boys were the same way at that age. Sometimes they need time to cool off. He'll be back." Fenn nodded. He looked after his apprentice, but Avi could sense his disappointment and surprise. "Interesting," she thought. "Now how can I turn this to my advantage?" "Master," Zay said, drawing her attention. "May I go after him?" "No, you may not," she spat. "Fenn is right, the boy needs time." She leaned in closer. "Plus, you have something for me," she whispered. "I will have your report." The girl nodded. "Yes, my master." Fenn came up to Avaryss. He placed a hand on her shoulder. He lost his temper. He didn't mean any harm. "He thought you were going to strike the girl." Avaryss shook her head. "I wasn't," she said. "I was angry, but I've never struck Zay. Never." She looked at the senior members of the survivors. She realized that she needed to be careful, lest she lose months of hard-gained trust. "I apologize." "You should be apologizing to the kid," Cooper reminded her. "She did her best on the mission you gave her." Avaryss nodded. "You are right, Captain." She turned to Zay. I am sorry, my dear." Zay nodded. "Thank you, Master." She smiled, not the shy smile of the slave she had been, but something darker, more confident. "I hope this means a new future, for both of us." Avaryss nodded. "Oh, my dear," she thought. "You have no idea." She bowed her head in agreement. "A new future, yes," she agreed. "For both of us." Chapter 40. After evening meal, the Sith met in Avaryss quarters within Survivor Base. The Dark Lord led the way, with Zay following close behind. The younger girl moving far more swiftly than she once had. Avaryss considered what that meant, another question her new apprentice would need to answer. Apprentice. Thinking the word sent a chill down her spine. She had had students before, yes, but this felt entirely different. Zen and Necris had both been former Jedi. They had come to her with many skills and abilities ready for her use. All she had needed to do with them was show them how to adapt those powers to draw on the dark side. Dime, despite his recent failure, had been a graduate of the Academy system, and Korriban, he had already understood the dark side, and its teachings. Training Zay, making her Sith, would be a challenge. She had no idea what talents with the Force the girl possessed. Was she a sorcerer? Did her talents lead her towards the Marauder's path, or was her skill more subtle, assassin or the powers of the mind? Zay likely would not have the same talents as her master. Avaryss was a throwback to the Dark Lords of the Old Empire, skilled in the spells and secrets of the Forgotten Age. Plus, her ability to manipulate energy was second to none. Life drain, pyrokinesis, electrokinesis, such skills came so easy to her. Though she could not influence the mind, she could stomp on it with the force. She could make nightmares a reality and wrap her victims in their own despair, crushing their wills with a wave of a hand, driving them insane or putting them in a permanent coma. Powers she had mastered in almost a decade of study and training, but what if Zay's talents lay in an entirely different direction? A daunting thought, that. How to choose, how best to decide, and what if the girl's skill set lay outside my own knowledge and experience? Again, daunting. Then you will need to seek out the knowledge, my child, fear whispered in her mind. You can't afford to screw this up. You saw the girl's raw potential. You must train her well, after all. She will technically be my granddaughter. And you are dead, she thought bitterly, her connection to you matters little. Avaryss sneered. She was not Necris, she cared nothing for the will of the dead. Zay, her powers, whatever they are, will serve me, and only me. Again she felt a shiver of excitement. All mine. The Force, alone, was not enough. She would also need to evaluate her students' physical skills and decide how best to proceed with her teachings. Her damaged foot would be a problem, Avaryss would need to find a workaround. She would need to show the girl the sequences and drills of the lightsaber, teaching her from scratch the combat techniques of the Order. Basic footwork would be a problem for Zay, she would need to think on everything she knew about the forms of lightsaber combat. The girl would not be able to use Makashi, her foot would limit her with that style, and she didn't have the size and power for gems so. Hell, even the basics of Shicho would be hard to master, all required footwork. Avaryss frowned. Zay's training would be difficult. An eager untrained student, for a powerful, yet unready master, but together, perhaps, they could find the way. Yes, there was no risk without reward, and wasn't it the job of a master to learn from her student, just as much as it was for the student to learn from the master? See your weakness through the eyes of your apprentice, just as you see their weaknesses. Together you grow to overcome them, that is the bond of the master and the apprentice. All true, but for a Sith, there was another element, a more lethal one. Beware your master, beware your apprentice. Right now, Zay was all potential, but in a year, 2, or even 3, she would become something more. Darth Fear had trained her, his own killer. The fact that Zay would have the same potential was daunting to say the least. Train my own murderer, but in that one singular act, the Sith grew stronger. If she is foolish, attacks me too soon, I will destroy her, and then, start again with a new student. So it was with the Sith. No, she would not be weak or cowardly. That way led to failure. She would do her best to turn Zay into a lethal killing machine. A Sith with a singular mastery of not only her own talents, but the dark side. If that machine eventually turned on her, so be it. That was simply the way the game was played. It was the nature of the dark side. She glanced over her shoulder, she could feel Zay's excitement. Eager to claim her place at the side of her master. You can't make it too easy for her, Fear whispered. You still need to be sure she is ready to join us. Test her, see if her commitment is as strong as you need it to be. Avaryss nodded. Yes, one final test was called for. Zay had survived her trial of blood. Avaryss needed details, and from there, her training would truly begin. She opened the door with the force. Zen and Agony waited inside. She held up her hand for silence as she and Zay stepped inside. As the door closed, she gestured, a pulse of electricity swept the room. If there were any listening devices in here, they would be disabled for a time. Despite her growing respect for the survivors, it was better to take precautions. As for anyone listening at the door, the spell she had cast around their quarters still held firm. For the mundanes here at Survivor Base, they were filled with a sense of unease around Avaryss quarters, not enough to do anything, but more than enough that they avoided it. As for their Jedi friends, well, they seemed to respect the Sith's privacy. Foolish of them, yes, but appreciated all the same. It may have seemed like overkill, but better safe than sorry. Dime had fooled her once already. She would not make that mistake again. Zay looked at the other Sith, Zen and Agony. Her eyes narrowed with anger at the former, at the latter, she winced. Master Agony, she gasped, your eye. Darth Agony shrugged. It will heal, kid, she said, lifting the black patch she was wearing. The yellow orb was milky, with a bit of blood around the iris. Both Zay and Avaryss winced. The blonde Sith lowered the eye patch. Despite everything, her mood remained upbeat. Besides, it is just an eye, she said with a shrug, I have another. Do not worry about us, girl, Avaryss growled, looking down at her former slave. Brought me something. Zay smiled eagerly, unzipping the coverall she wore, pulling it down, revealing a white tank top beneath. She turned the arm of the coverall inside out. Avaryss noticed the small stitching inside. She smiled as the girl ripped into it, revealing a pocket she had made. Zay reached in and pulled out a small data card. She handed it to her master, a cruel smile playing across the girl's lips. Mission accomplished, my master. Avaryss touched the card's surface, stroking it like it was some lethal pet. A hungry grin coming to her lips. Yes. Dark Lords of the Sith and the Watchers of Imperial Intelligence had spent years searching for the location of Survivor Base. The outlaw militia had always been so careful, blocking their attempts at every turn. Now, it was in her hands, brought to her by a girl with no formal training, and an undying ambition. Ironic, that a mere hopeful could do more than a lord, but that was what had made this so perfect. At this moment, who would suspect Zay? The former serving girl was beaming, waiting for her master's praise. Avaryss handed the card to Agony. Check it, she ordered. Lord Agony took it, plugging it into a data pad. Zen watched over her shoulder as she worked. Avaryss could see the images flashing across her old ally's face, star maps flashing by in green and black light, changing as they followed the hyperspace route from Cooper's hidden base to here. A final beep signaled the map's end. Agony looked at her, a cruel smile on her face. It is complete, she purred. We have the location. Avaryss nodded. Most excellent. Zen cackled. Master Sai spent years looking for this place, she murmured. James Darbine refused to share its location with him, with us.
I wonder why, Avaryss said dryly. Zen smirked. It drove my former master crazy. Many senators had wanted a direct line to the survivors to influence their missions. They came to him, hoping that he could talk his brother into revealing the location. It would have brought my old master great prestige in the Republic government. And revealed this place to Sith spies, the Dark Lord added. Many of those senators had interests with the Sith during the Cold War, and if they didn't, members of their staff were likely Sith spies. The former Jedi nodded. I asked him about that once. Wasn't it for the good of the Republic that the base remained hidden? He said that I needed to trust in the Force, and that if the base was found by the Sith and destroyed because others knew, that it was the will of the Force that it happened, just it was that if the base stayed safe. Zen shook her head. Sidar Ben could convince himself of anything. Avaryss sneered, remembering Zen's former master, and how pathetically he died. He had been a fallen Jedi, but was too frightened of his own ambition to embrace it, and realized that he had drifted towards becoming a Sith. Pathetic. Your Jedi Master did have a short-sighted view of the galaxy, didn't he? Zen laughed. He certainly didn't see me putting my blade through his back. She turned to Avaryss, a hungry look in her golden eyes. You have done it, Master, she crowed. Finally, we can leave this warren and return to the Empire in glory. The fleet will level this place. The threat of the survivors will be no more. The name of Darth Avaryss will be hailed as a hero once more. We will all be heroes. The Dark Council will honor you. All that was once yours will be restored. Avaryss sneered. Fool girl. Is that what she believed her master wanted? Zen painted a pretty picture, but it didn't take the Zakuul into account. The Empire still had Arkin's boot on his throat. What did destroying Survivor Base matter in the face of that? No, first they needed to finish gathering Hikita's keys. Once that was done, and the work on Death Knell was finished at Sanctuary Base, only then would Avaryss return to the Sith and Drummond Kaas. Not as a hero, but as a conqueror. Acina and her lapdogs would be swept away. It was the only way. Returning now would only give Acina a chance to eliminate her rival, but Zen was too petty and arrogant to see it. Idiot. Agony rolled her eyes. You actually think it would be that easy? She asked the fallen Jedi. Why not? Zen demanded. The blonde sighed. Oh, Acina will be very happy if we bring this back, but the Empire itself will never hear of our deeds. The Empress will send the full might of their forces against us. Our success would be a liability to her, and whatever Dark Council still remains. They are too busy fawning and hoping that the waiting game they are playing with the Eternal Throne pays off. We would be a liability to that plan. They would execute Avi as a traitor, and us for having stood with her. We will die quickly and painfully, even as this place is destroyed by what ships the Empire has left. The only honor we will receive, if any, is a state funeral, and Acina will continue to rule as the Zakul's puppet. Agony glared at the other Sith. Use your brain, Zen. The former Jedi hissed angrily, but stopped in her tracks at a cold glare from her master. She bowed her head in submission. Avaryss nodded, pleased. She turned her attention back to Zay, the reason they had this information. One last test, she thought. Let's see how the girl reacts. You have done well, Avaryss informed her. You are forgiven for your trespass against me, and may return to your former duties. She turned away, dismissing the girl. She didn't need to see to imagine the shock and hurt in the former servant girl's eyes. She could sense it. Master, you are dismissed, servant. She paused, readying herself, preparing to gather her strength if the girl tried something crazy. Zay stood rail straight, her lip quivering, her eyes wide. Zen laughed at her. Perhaps you should find your way to the kitchens, slave. You can get an early start on our breakfast. Avaryss waited, eager to hear the girl's response. Trust Zen lure to kick someone when they were down. The fallen Jedi did love to twist the knife after she stuck it in. Images flashed in Avaryss' mind, or rather Zay was broadcasting them. Scenes of blood and death, of hands around her throat, and fingernails digging into her face. The girl shuddered with rage, the dark side burning within her. Avaryss expected an explosion, a demand of reward. Zay didn't do that. She started to giggle. Avaryss turned around, the girl had tears in her cold dead eyes. Did Zen say something amusing, girl? She continued to laugh, wiping at the angry tears with her sleeve. Another fit of giggles. I was just thinking of the last people I made food for, master. The family that offered to take me off in Arshada. Family, Avaryss said, but Cooper said. She paused. She smiled. The girl had lied to Cooper. Oh, Zay, what did you do? Zay turned to her, anger flashing in those large green eyes. The Selchu family dismissed me too. I was a payday on some labor world, no better than a common slave. They thought they could treat me like I was nothing. So, I served them the meal they deserved. It was a meal that all the weak Mundanes deserve. They found it disagreeable, I take it, Agony said. Zay smiled cruelly. To say the least, Master Agony, Zay said. She turned to Avaryss, fury pulsing in her every look. It is funny. Some people just can't hold their hyperdrive coolant. Avaryss' eyes widened. Damn. Wow. Zen blinked. You vicious little cat hound. I did what was necessary, Zay said, looking away. She looked down on her hands, wiping at blood that was no longer there, but still was. Zen sneered. You poisoned the people that took you off the smuggler's moon. Zay nodded, though her eyes never left her feet. Guilt, Avaryss sensed. Despite her actions, what the girl was saying, besides doing what was needed. Zay had feelings for these people, and not just the rage she had told them about. It was understandable, but the end she had done what was needed. Commendable. They gave me no choice, Zay muttered. She turned to Avaryss, her eyes cold and demanding. Master, I did it for you. To complete your mission, to prove myself worthy of your teachings. Words spilled out of the girl quickly, flowing with the anger and guilt the girl was drowning in. I murdered 4 people for you. At Cooper's, I arranged the death of a 5th. That was bad, but it wasn't like Johann. He, the stupid fool. He didn't eat the stew I made. I had to deal with him, with my hands, and a kitchen knife. Avaryss nodded. That part of the story was true, at least. The boy had made the girl work for it. Again, the Dark Lord could sense remorse, but even now she could feel it changing, becoming resentment, and hate for the weak fool that had given her no choice. The girl's actions taking shape in her mind. Killing that boy, hiding the bodies of his family, framing him as a kidnapper. In that moment, Zay had embraced the dark side, or fallen to it, as a Jedi might say. No longer was there any question of which side she would come down on. She had made her choice, and now she belonged to Avaryss, body and soul. The Dark Lord couldn't have asked for a better outcome. She had deceived Cooper, and the people who had taken her off in Arshada. The former she had tricked, and the latter had been murdered. Brutal. Effective. Brilliant. She looked on the girl with new eyes. Zay was not the same girl she had found on the Bogdan moon. Devious, cunning, ruthless, and treacherous, the girl showed all the signs. Avaryss nodded slightly, thinking of Darth Fear. There you are, Master, she thought. I think that is proof enough. Zay sniffled. She looked on the verge of more tears, but her rage was burning now. The little spark ignited, threatening to turn into an inferno. I didn't do this so that I could return to my old life. To being a common slave. You promised me. You promised. You would show me how to use my gifts. I did this for you. No, Avaryss said coldly, shaking her head. Do not lie to yourself. You did this for you. You did this because you want power. The power of the Sith. The power of the dark side. The girl glared at her. Am I wrong, Zay? Again, she didn't answer. Am I wrong? Zay was breathing hard, her green eyes cold and dead. Yes, she hissed, admitting it to herself and the others. She took another shuddering breath. I want power. The girl's hands were curled into angry fits, the dark side flowing almost unchecked through her now. Avaryss recognized that this had gone far enough. She had no desire for Zay to lose control as she had in the cafeteria. She reached out with the force, seeking to soothe the angry young woman. Calm yourself, Acolyte, she said. Everything will be okay. Calm? Zay almost shouted. Calm? Don't you understand what I did? How it hurts. She froze, despite her anger. Her mind was still working. She was not losing herself to mindless fury. That was good, too. Avaryss understood that a Sith needed to control that rage, to guide it, and not let it guide her. Again, Zay showed her potential. This one does have the potential to be a lord, if she survives the training. Zay looked at her master. What did you call me? The Dark Lord smiled. I called you, Acolyte. That is what we call a hopeful who has been accepted fully into the Sith Order. You have passed your first trial, young student. Now you are ready to be trained. Zay wiped at her eyes again. But what you said, that I was going to return to my old life. Her eyes narrowed. Were you making fun of me? I was testing you, Avaryss clarified. You must understand my reasons. You were born in bondage, my dear. Those chains are hard to shake off. During your trial, you found passion that you were forced to deny for years to keep yourself safe and alive. Passion that gave you what was needed to destroy those that stood in your way. You did well, after all. The weak deserve their fate, Zay said. Yes, just so. Avaryss touched the girl's cheek, wiping away the single tear that had fallen. I needed to be sure. I had to see if you could hold onto your passion, or if you would cast it away meekly, accepting your place as my servant, once more. Yet, you didn't. I can feel your anger, guilt and, yes, even rage. Your passions refuse to be caged again, and now, I know you are ready to learn. Avaryss closed her eyes and sighed, basking in the heat of the young girl's rage. It was intoxicating. Zay nodded. Through passion, I gained strength, she muttered. Exactly, her master replied. Zay looked up at her again. That manic flash of excitement was there, shining in her green eyes. She giggled. You will teach me. Yes? She squealed with delight. I am now your apprentice. Well there, Agony said. Slow down there, girl. To be made a Darth's apprentice isn't so easy. You've won great prestige by bringing us this information. The Sith are a true meritocracy. You have done much, but to be made a Darth's heir, that takes much more. Avaryss realized her friend was right, but not necessarily what she desired. The girl will be my apprentice. I have foreseen it, but the game still had to play by the rules. She could not afford to jump ahead either. You are an acolyte of the Sith. As Sith Masters, it is our duty to train you and prepare you for your new life within the Sith Order. Continue to succeed as you have today, and you will be named apprentice, but first, you must be trained. We must see what type of Sith you are. Again, Zay giggled excitedly. She looked between her fellows. I will not fail, my lords. I will prove myself worthy. Avaryss looked at her fellows. Darth Agony seemed happy about this. Given her friend's skill with the lightsaber, the Dark Lord would benefit from her being here. She would serve well as a blade master for their new student. Avaryss was primarily focused on her styles, but Agony had trained further, adapting bits of Adaru and the other forms. Together they would come up with a style that would fit Zay, giving her what she needed to become a warrior for the Sith. Sadly, Zen didn't seem to share their enthusiasm. She shook her head. The Jedi will not allow this, my master. They will not allow you to train this girl, to corrupt her, and even if they did, it will take months to get her combat ready. Do we really have that kind of time? We have time, Avaryss assured her. We still need to find the 3 remaining keys and set up the survivors for our endgame. Zay will be ready by then, I think. Zen Lure remained unconvinced. So how do you intend to train her? It is not something you can keep secret. They will feel her power and skill growing. They will seek to protect the girl, not understanding what she has become. Again, you missed the whole point. Zen, her master purred. I have no intention of hiding the fact that Zay is being trained. In fact, she will tell all of our Jedi friends about it, and they will say nothing to stop it. I think you underestimate Master Jazz, Shire Veal, even Finn. Zen's eyes narrowed. Just because you're sharing his bed doesn't mean that he will forget his duty. Finn will. A cold, deadly glare from the Sith Lord stopped her underling in her tracks. Zen snapped her mouth shut, realizing that she had gone too far. Finn was a topic that Avaryss would not discuss with her. Such a discussion could prove lethal. As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, the Jedi nothing about Zay's training, because it proves that I'm remaining true to what I promised them. Zay will be, in their eyes, the first of a new kind of Sith. She will be committed to the galaxy they believe I will build. An empire that respects that the Republic and the Jedi have a right to exist. Who knows, they may even offer up some wisdom and training if they think it is in their best interest. Zen considered that, silently. They will believe it, because they want to believe it. Agony nodded. It could work. It will work, Avaryss said, smirking. Trust me. Master, there is one more thing you need to know, Zay said. Yes, and that is... The girl took a deep breath, mustering her courage. Captain Cooper approached me before we left. He asked me to spy on you for the survivors. He thinks you are up to something. The Dark Lord almost laughed. Well, he was right about that, at least. Zay smiled eagerly. I thought we could use that somehow, turn the tables on the others. Lure them into something, I don't know. Zen sneered at her. You're sure the Captain Cooper isn't setting you up? Setting us all up with this? Zay gave her a dirty look. I don't believe so. It didn't seem that he was lying. Captain Cooper was nice to me. He bought everything I said. Even his wife believed me, and I've heard Zeltrans can read minds. Avaryss closed her eyes and shuddered. The grinning face of Kimura Cooper sprang into her head, an image that made her see red. How is the whore of Zeltrans doing, Zay? She's still trying to play the lady of the house. Agony blinked. You know this woman, Avi. Before Avaryss could respond, she paused. She was about to say yes, but... What? She had never met Cooper's wife. She didn't even know that she was a Zeltran, but at the same time, hearing her name, it sparked something. She rubbed the bridge of her nose. She felt a headache coming on. The smuggler doesn't matter, Zen reminded them. We have another problem we need to deal with. What is that? Agony asked. Timon, the little half-breed. I heard one of the soldiers say that he attacked Master Avaryss. We can't let that go unanswered, can we? The Dark Lord nodded, but at the same time, she recognized the need for caution. Tim was Finn's Padawan. She had no desire to lose everything she had gained with him the last few weeks. At the same time, though, Finn, in mourning for the loss of his student, might be more open to her advances, not to mention the call of the dark side. It was something to think about at least. He didn't attack me, she told her former student. He was protecting Zay, and lashed out at me because of that. Then Zay should go and talk to him, Agony suggested. Zay blinked. Me? The blonde Sith Lord nodded. This might actually work out in our favor, Avi. If Zay here can convince Tim that joining the Sith is the right idea, it might go a long way to convincing the other Jedi not to intervene. Avaryss nodded. Again, her old friend had a good idea. She turned to Zay with a cunning smile. I think this is how we will handle this, she said. I take it you are up for this, acolyte. Zay nodded, though she was blushing almost scarlet, her face almost as red as a Sith pure blood. What do I say to him? Who says you have to say anything? Zen suggested. He is a teenage boy, you are a teenage girl. Use your imagination. I'm sure you can come up with something to put him at ease. That comment made the girl blush even more. Ignore her, kid, Agony advised. Use what is between your ears, not what is between your legs. Timon is a Jedi. He won't respond to suggestive stuff. Avaryss smiled slightly after the way the boy reacted when she threatened Zay. Well, she wasn't so sure. Do whatever you must to keep him pacified, her new master advised. But above all else, have fun, relax, and help him relax. Enjoy yourself tonight and tomorrow. We will begin your training in 2 days. Until then, consider yourself free, a reward for your success in finding your way back here. Zay smiled. Thank you, Master, she said, opening the door and backing out through it, eager to go speak with Tim, her little heart racing like that of a bird. I will do what is needed. I'm sure you will, Avaryss nodded. Now go, leave us. Zay bowed, closing the door behind her. The Dark Lord smiled to herself. She now had a new apprentice, and the coordinates to Survivor Base. The former was hers, while the latter would have to be sent out in encoded transmission. Likely in a message to Holly and her guys as Lana Benico. Avaryss could not help but feel excited with how this was all going. Her relationship with Finn was progressing nicely, and with Zay at her side, soon she would add yet another powerful weapon to her arsenal. She was most pleased. Zen rolled her eyes. I don't trust that girl, she growled. The trial you sent her on has made her unpredictable. She is devious, a liar, and too ambitious. Agony chuckled at that. Sounds like a proper Sith student to me. Zen shook her head. She remained unconvinced. She frowned. Her golden eyes worried. That girl will be the death of us, and all your plans, Master. Mark my words. The Dark Lord chuckled. Your objection is noted, Zen, and ignored. The Sith warrior sniffed and left the room, clearly not happy with her master's choices, but unwilling to act, lest her child, still under the care of HK Sigma 3, suffer. Zen was no fool. She would not act against Zay again, not in a way that would put her back in her master's crosshairs. All in all, things were progressing well for them here. Again, she considered how best to start Zay's training. She wanted the girl to fully unlock her potential, but to do it, Avaryss would need more. She would need to consult her holocron, and also see if she could talk Major Locke into helping her locate any materials that might speed up Zay's training. It would be dangerous, true, but her apprentice was worth it. The power she offered her new master was worth it. Still, she thought about what Zen had said. That girl will be the death of us. Perhaps Zen was right, but her master was willing to risk it. Zay had the potential to surpass her, she felt it. It was dangerous, sure, but if the girl fully embraced the dark side, unlocking her full potential, there was no limit to what she might accomplish, and how her master would profit from it would become the stuff of legends. It was like her first teacher back at Fury 9 had once said, "No risk, no reward." And was Zay worth it? Yes, she was. She was too powerful to let slip through her master's fingers. And soon that power would belong to the only one fit to wield it. Zay might possess the power, but in the end, it would belong to Avaryss. In the end, she thought, it would be all mine.